Welcome to the Crime for Sleep channel. Let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1. The autumn light filtered through the half-drawn blinds of the Donovan house, casting long, slender shadows across the exposed subfloor. Dust motes danced in the golden beams, seemingly suspended in time as contractor Michael Reeves stood motionless, his weathered hand still gripping the sledgehammer that had just broken through the drywall. The renovation project on the 1960s suburban home had been straightforward until now. Update the kitchen, modernize the bathrooms, open up the living space. But Michael's careful demolition had revealed something impossible, a door that, according to the original house plans spread across his truck's hood outside, simply shouldn't exist. "Hey, Paul," Michael called out, his voice unusually quiet, as if he feared disturbing something. "You might want to take a look at this." Paul Chen, the project manager, approached slowly, his footsteps creating hollow echoes on the bare floor. The drywall dust still hung in the air as they both stared at the perfectly maintained wooden door with a brass knob that gleamed as though polished that morning. The house had been empty for 8 months since Alina Donovan's passing at age 87, and her son James had finally decided to renovate before selling. "This doesn't make any sense," Paul whispered, unfolding the blueprints he carried. "There's no room behind this wall on any version of the plans." The door had no lock, just a simple latch mechanism that turned with surprising ease when Michael finally reached for it. The hinges made no sound, not a creak or whisper, as the door swung inward, revealing a space that, by all architectural logic, couldn't exist. Detective Mara Simmons sat at her desk the following morning, staring at the photographs spread before her. 23 years on the force had not prepared her for what the contractors had discovered behind that impossible door. A perfectly preserved bedroom, untouched by time or dust. A neatly made bed with crisp white linens. A dresser with a hairbrush containing a few strands of dark hair. A small writing desk positioned beneath a window that, from the outside of the house, didn't exist. And centered on the bed, a leather-bound journal, its cover unmarked except for a small silver clasp. "The son swears he never knew about the room," Officer Jenkins said, placing a cup of coffee beside Mara's photographs. "Says his mother never mentioned it, never hinted at it. His father died 15 years ago, and he's equally certain his dad never knew either." Mara nodded absently, her attention fixed on the close-up shot of the journal's first page. Written in precise, flowing handwriting was today's date, not the date it was discovered, but the date Mara had opened the case file. The rest of the journal's pages were blank. "What about fingerprints?" she asked, not looking up. "That's the thing," Jenkins replied, lowering his voice though they were alone in the office. "The room is completely clean. Not just tidy, there are no fingerprints. Not on the doorknob, not on the furniture, not even on the journal. It's as if someone meticulously wiped everything down." "Or no one's been in there," Mara suggested. "That's impossible," someone wrote in that journal. Mara finally looked up. "Have we spoken with the construction crew that built the original house?" "That's our next step. The house was built in 1962 by Callaway Construction. The company's long gone, but we've located the son of the original owner. He's still in town, agreed to meet this afternoon." The home of Gerald Callaway Jr. stood in stark contrast to the Donovan house, a modern mansion on the hillside overlooking the town. At 78, Gerald still carried himself with the rigid posture of the military officer he once was. He welcomed Mara and Jenkins into a sunlit study lined with photographs of construction projects spanning decades. My father was proud of every home he built, Gerald said, settling into a leather armchair. He kept detailed records of each project. He gestured to a row of filing cabinets. When you called about the Donovan house, I pulled the file. He handed Mara a manila folder, thin with age. Inside were the original blueprints, identical to those the current contractors had been working from, with no hidden room indicated. Mr. Calloway, did your father ever mention any unusual requests from the Donovans? Mara asked. Gerald's expression remained neutral, but his fingers tightened almost imperceptibly on the armrest. Eleanor Donovan was an unusual woman, brilliant mathematician. She worked for the government in some capacity, though she never discussed the details. And her husband. Richard was an architect, though he didn't design their home. He traveled frequently. My father mentioned once that he'd rarely seen the man during construction. Mara nodded, making notes. Would your father have agreed to build a room that wasn't on the official plans? Gerald's pause lasted just a beat too long. My father was ethical to a fault, detective. He wouldn't have hidden something structural. He reached for the file, flipping through until he found what he was looking for, a handwritten note. However, there was this. The note, written in faded ink, simply read, "ED special modification approved. No documentation per agreement. Payment received in full." Back at the station, Mara stared at the journal under the bright lights of the evidence room. The forensic team had found nothing useful, no DNA on the hair in the brush, no fingerprints anywhere, no indication of when the room had been sealed up. The only thing they knew for certain was that the drywall covering the door had been installed during the original construction, not added later. What if it's not about when the room was sealed? Mara said to Jenkins as they drove back to the Donovan house the next day. But why? Eleanor Donovan's son James met them at the house, his face drawn with confusion and concern. "I've been going through Mom's papers," he said, leading them through the partially demolished kitchen. "I found these in a safe deposit box I didn't know she had." He handed Mara a folder containing several documents, all bearing government seals and classified stamps that had been officially struck through, indicating declassification. "Your mother worked for the government?" Mara asked. "She told me she was a math teacher," James replied, his voice hollow with the realization of how little he'd known. "These papers suggest she worked on some kind of theoretical physics project in the early 1960s. Mara flipped through the documents, most filled with equations beyond her comprehension. One page caught her attention, a diagram labeled Temporal Displacement Field, Theoretical Application. "Did your mother ever discuss time?" Mara asked carefully. James laughed, a short, confused sound, only to say there was never enough of it. Why? Mara didn't answer, instead walking back to the hidden room. Standing in the doorway, she felt a subtle difference in the air, not temperature, but something less tangible. The room felt disconnected from the rest of the house, as if existing in its own pocket of reality. On her third visit to the room, Mara brought Dr. Eliza Chen, a physicist from the State University. The scientist moved through the space with growing wonder, taking measurements with equipment Mara didn't recognize. "This is remarkable," Dr. Chen whispered after nearly an hour of examination. "The quantum field in this room is different. I've never seen readings like these outside a laboratory setting." "What does that mean?" Mara asked. Dr. Chen's eyes shone with excitement and something like fear. It means Mrs. Donovan may have succeeded where modern physics has only theorized. This room exists slightly out of phase with normal space-time. In English, Doctor. Time moves differently here, perhaps not at all. That evening, Mara sat alone in her office, the journal open before her. For 5 days, the date written on the first page had been exactly that today's date, changing each day as if the ink was being rewritten while no one was looking. With a sudden conviction, Mara took a pen and wrote beneath the date, "Who are you?" She closed the journal, locked it in her desk drawer, and went home. The next morning, the journal contained not only the updated date, but a response in the same flowing handwriting as the date. "I am waiting for you, Elena. It's almost time to come home." The investigation continued for weeks, then months. The journal responded to questions but provided no clear answers. Elena Donovan's classified work had involved theoretical models for localized temporal stasis, creating spaces where time behaved differently than in the surrounding environment. James Donovan eventually decided to seal the room again, to leave the mystery behind its wall. Construction resumed on the rest of the house, transforming it into a modern living space that quickly sold to a young family unaware of what lay hidden within their walls. Detective Mara Simmons kept the journal against all proper evidence protocols. Each morning it displayed the current date, a silent reminder of a puzzle she couldn't solve. Sometimes, late at night, she would open it and ask questions that received cryptic, unsettling responses. On the anniversary of the room's discovery, Mara visited the house, now transformed and inhabited by the new family. As she stood on the sidewalk looking up at where she knew the hidden room must be, her phone chimed with a calendar notification. The message read, "Elena comes home today." That evening, the new owners would report strange sounds from inside their walls. By the time police arrived, they would find nothing unusual except for an elderly woman's shoe, of a style popular in the early 1960s, sitting perfectly centered in the middle of their living room floor. And in Mara's apartment, the journal would lie open on her desk, all pages now filled with the same sentence repeated over and over. "Time is not a line, but a room we have yet to build." Story 2. The corridors of the Westlake Hotel always held a particular silence after midnight. Not the complete absence of sound, but rather a collection of soft whispers, the gentle hum of air conditioning, the distant ping of an elevator arriving at some faraway floor, the subtle creaking of the century-old building settling into the night. Tonight, those familiar sounds were accompanied by the methodical tap of Sarah Coleman's heels against the marble flooring as she made her final rounds. As the night manager of the prestigious downtown establishment, Sarah had developed a ritual over her 15 years of service. Each night, precisely at 2:17 a.m., when the hotel reached its quietest point, she would review the check-in list one final time, ensuring every guest was accounted for. It was an unnecessary precaution, perhaps, but one that gave her satisfaction, a small thread of control woven through the unpredictable tapestry of hotel management. The soft glow of her computer screen illuminated her face as she scrolled through the day's arrivals, mentally checking off each name against her memory of the faces she had greeted earlier. The Hendersons in 312, the Japanese business delegation occupying the entire fourth floor, Dr. Ramirez, who always requested room 508 for its morning light. Everything aligned perfectly until her finger stopped at an anomaly, a room showing as occupied without a corresponding name. "Room 217. A small furrow appeared between Sarah's brows as she tapped her pen against the polished mahogany desk. The hotel's booking system was meticulously maintained. Such errors simply didn't occur. She picked up the house phone, her fingers hesitating briefly before dialing the extension for security. "James, it's Sarah. Could you pull up today's security footage for the 7th floor corridor? I'm showing occupancy in 217, but no registered guest." The security office was located in the basement, a stark contrast to the hotel's opulent lobbies and corridors. James Chen sat surrounded by monitors, the blue-white glow painting his features in an almost ghostly pallor. At Sarah's request, he navigated through the day's recordings, time-stamps flickering in the corner of the screen as images scrolled backward. "Wait," he said, his voice carrying a note of confusion. "There, 4:32 p.m. The footage showed a man of average height entering room 217. He wore a dark overcoat despite the warmth of the September afternoon, and a hat tilted at an angle that obscured his face from the hallway camera. What struck Sarah wasn't his appearance, but rather the ease with which he entered, no fumbling with a key card, no hesitation. The door simply opened for him, as though the room had been expecting his arrival. "Do we have lobby footage of this guest checking in?" Sarah asked, leaning closer to the screen. James shook his head. "That's what's strange. I've been through all the front desk cameras. Nobody matching this description checked in today." A chill that had nothing to do with the building's air conditioning system traced its way along Sarah's spine. In 15 years, she had encountered guests who had snuck in companions, teenagers who had found ways to book rooms with fraudulent IDs, even the occasional celebrity checking in under a pseudonym. But a guest who appeared in the system as a blank space that was unprecedented. "I'm going up there," she decided, her voice firmer than she felt. The elevator ride to the 7th floor seemed to take longer than usual, each floor passing with a soft mechanical sigh. Sarah's reflection in the polished brass interior of the elevator looked wan, uncertain. She straightened her jacket, a small gesture of composure. The 7th floor corridor stretched before her, identical sconces casting pools of warm light at regular intervals, the burgundy carpet runner absorbing the sound of her footsteps. Room 217 was midway down, its polished brass numbers catching the light as she approached. Sarah stood before the door, listening. No sounds emerged from within, no television murmur, no shower running, no movement. She raised her hand and knocked, the sound seeming unnaturally loud in the corridor's stillness. No response. She knocked again, announcing herself. "Hotel management, is everything all right?" When silence continued to be the only reply, Sarah used her master key card. The lock disengaged with a soft click and she pushed the door open, bracing herself for she wasn't sure what. The room was immaculate, appearing untouched at first glance. The curtains were drawn back, revealing the glittering cityscape beyond the window. No luggage stood on the luggage rack. No personal items cluttered the bathroom counter. The closet door stood partially open, revealing empty hangers. But the perfectly made bed with its crisp white duvet bore the unmistakable impression of a body. As Sarah approached, she could see how the pristine surface had been disturbed, molded into the shape of someone who had lain there. When she placed her palm against the depression, a residual warmth met her touch. Someone had been here recently. The bathroom door was ajar, and Sarah pushed it open fully, finding it as empty and untouched as the rest of the room save for one detail. On the counter, nearly invisible against the white marble, lay a single room key card. Sarah picked it up, turning it over in her hands. Unlike the hotel's standard cards with their logo and room numbers, this one was completely blank. When Sarah returned to the front desk, she found Detective Michael Harlow waiting for her. James had called the police while she was investigating the room. With his rumpled suit and tired eyes, Harlow looked like he'd stepped out of one of those noir films the repertory theater downtown was always showing. His voice, however, was unexpectedly gentle. "Ms. Coleman, I understand you have an unusual situation on your hands." Sarah explained what they had discovered: the unnamed reservation, the man on the security footage, the warm impression on an otherwise untouched bed, the blank key card. As she spoke, she was aware of how implausible it all sounded, like the beginning of a ghost story told around a campfire. Harlow didn't dismiss her concerns. Instead, he asked to see the security footage, his expression growing more focused as he watched the mysterious figure enter room 217. "Can you zoom in on his right hand, the one opening the door?" he requested. James complied, and the image pixelated slightly before resolving. The man's fingers were wrapped around something that wasn't the typical key card, an object that caught the light oddly, something metallic. "A physical key," Harlow murmured. "Your hotel switched to electronic cards, 15 years ago?" 20, Sarah corrected, a new unease settling over her. Over the next few hours, the investigation unfolded with methodical precision. Fingerprint technicians dusted the room while Harlow interviewed staff members who had been working the front desk during check-in hours. The hotel's booking system was examined by IT specialists who could find no explanation for the anomaly in the records. It was nearly dawn, the eastern sky just beginning to lighten beyond the hotel's windows, when Harlow received a call that changed the direction of the investigation. "The prints from room 217 match a cold case," he informed Sarah, his earlier weariness replaced by a focused energy. "A man named Edward Mercer, wanted in connection with the disappearance of 3 hotel employees in the Chicago area, last seen in 2007. The name stirred something in Sarah's memory, a story she'd heard when she first started working at the Westlake, something about a former employee who had left under unusual circumstances. "The hotel's archives," she said suddenly. "We keep personnel records in the basement." The hotel's archive room smelled of paper and time, a small, windowless space filled with filing cabinets containing records dating back to the building's opening in 1927. Sarah located the employee records from the early 2000s, flipping through folders until she found what she was looking for. "Edward Mercer, night manager, 2001-2007. The photograph clipped to the file showed a man with unremarkable features, the kind of face that would blend into a crowd, be forgotten moments after being seen. His employment had been terminated following concerns about guest privacy violations. The file contained no further details. He had a master key," Sarah said, the realization dawning on her, "and knowledge of the hotel's systems that would allow him to create a ghost reservation." Harlow nodded slowly. "The question is, why return now, after all these years?" The answer came from James, who had been reviewing additional security footage. Edward Mercer hadn't only visited room 217. Cameras had caught glimpses of him throughout the hotel, passing through the kitchen, standing in the service elevator, lingering in the corridor outside the archive room. He had been methodically visiting every area where the missing hotel employees had last been seen. It's like he's retracing his steps, Harlow observed, revisiting the scenes. Or looking for something he left behind, Sarah suggested, a chill running through her at the thought. The investigation expanded beyond the Westlake, connecting Mercer to similar patterns at hotels across the Midwest. Always the same method: a room occupied but not registered, a man who appeared and disappeared without trace, employees who vanished shortly after these phantom stays. Yet despite the nationwide alert, despite the fingerprints and the security footage and the renewed investigation into the cold cases, Edward Mercer himself remained elusive. The only concrete evidence of his visit to the Westlake was the blank key card, which laboratory analysis revealed contained no fingerprints despite having been handled, as if it had been wiped completely clean after use. 3 weeks after the incident, Sarah found herself alone at the front desk during another quiet night shift. The case had begun to fade from immediate concern, becoming another unsolved mystery in the hotel's long history. She was reviewing the check-in list, a habit she couldn't bring herself to break when she noticed it. Another room without a name, room 318. As she reached for the phone to call security, it rang first. "Front desk," she answered, her voice steady despite the sudden acceleration of her pulse. The line carried nothing but silence, then the faint sound of breathing. "I know you're looking for me, Sarah," came a soft voice, unremarkable yet chilling in its ordinariness. "But you're not asking the right question." "What is the right question?" she asked, her free hand moving toward the silent alarm button beneath the desk. "Not who I am," the voice replied, "but who let me in." The line went dead. When security checked room 318, they found nothing but an immaculately made bed with a single depression, and this time, the sheets were cold. The case of Edward Mercer and the unnamed guest rooms remains open. Occasionally, hotels across the country report similar incidents, reservations without names, rooms that show signs of occupation despite being officially vacant, security footage of a man whose face is never quite clear. Always there's a connection to a hotel employee, sometimes one who has worked there for years, whose background check revealed nothing unusual, who simply failed to appear for their next shift. And in each case, the only evidence left behind is a blank key card, wiped clean of prints, as if the visitor had never really been there at all. Story 3, she had only been living there for a week. Her new apartment was cheap, close to work, perfect, until she received a letter with no return address. It read, "Nice curtains, the blue suits you," but her windows had been covered all day. Rebecca Miller stood at the kitchen counter, the white envelope resting between her fingertips. The paper was thick, expensive, with a slight texture that caught against her skin. Outside, the late afternoon sun cast long shadows across her still unfamiliar living room, where indeed blue curtains hung motionless in the still air. The postmark showed it had been mailed just yesterday from within the city. The apartment had felt like a miracle when she found it. A third-floor walk-up in a converted brownstone, rent-controlled, with high ceilings and wooden floors that creaked pleasantly under her feet. The kind of find that rarely surfaced in this neighborhood where prices had been climbing steadily for years. The previous tenant had left abruptly, the landlord explained, a sudden job transfer. Rebecca hadn't questioned her good fortune. Detective Martin Hayes turned the envelope over in his gloved hands, looking for anything distinctive. His eyes, the pale blue of a winter sky, moved methodically across the paper, noting the clean edges, the precise handwriting. He was a man who collected details the way others collected stamps, carefully, with purpose. "And you're certain the curtains weren't visible from outside?" he asked, his voice a low rumble that seemed to match the soft afternoon light filtering through those very same blue curtains. Rebecca nodded slowly. I kept them closed. I always do when I first move in, until I get blinds or shutters installed. She wrapped her cardigan tighter around herself, though the apartment wasn't cold. I've been working from home, setting up my new place. The curtains haven't been open since I moved in. Hayes made a note in a small leather-bound notebook, the scratch of his pen against paper creating a gentle rhythm in the quiet room. His partner, Detective Amara Santos, was examining the window from the inside, her slender figure silhouetted against the blue fabric. "The lock is intact," Santos observed, her fingers testing the mechanism with practiced ease. "No signs of tampering." Her voice carried a musical quality, the words flowing like water over smooth stones. She turned back to face Rebecca. "Have you noticed anyone paying particular attention to you, during the move perhaps, or when you're coming and going?" Rebecca closed her eyes, trying to recall faces, moments, anything unusual that might have registered subconsciously. The moving company, the landlord, the neighbor across the hall who had introduced himself briefly, the barista at the coffee shop around the corner who had already learned her usual order. All normal, all expected. "No," she said finally, opening her eyes. "Nothing stands out." The detectives continued their work with unhurried thoroughness, measuring the angle from the street to the window, checking for possible vantage points from neighboring buildings, examining the building's security measures. Their movements were deliberate, almost choreographed, two people accustomed to working in concert. "The super mentioned the previous tenant left suddenly," Hayes said, his tone casual as he photographed the envelope. The camera made a soft whirring sound as it captured the image. "Did he tell you anything else about them?" Rebecca shook her head. "Just that it was a woman, lived alone, some kind of graphic designer, I think." The landlord seemed relieved to have the place rented quickly. Detective Santos ran her finger along the edge of the envelope, her expression thoughtful. No saliva on the seal, pressed closed, not licked, professional. She looked up at Rebecca. "Mind if we take a look at your social media accounts? Sometimes people share more than they realize. A photo of your new place, perhaps." But Rebecca was already shaking her head again. "I'm not on social media, never have been." At the detective's raised eyebrows, she gave a small shrug. "Privacy concerns. Ironic, I guess, considering." Her voice trailed off, gesturing to the letter that had breached that carefully maintained privacy. As evening approached, the detectives prepared to leave, the envelope and letter secured in evidence bags. The apartment felt different now, marked by their presence, by the invisible fingerprint powder that dusted surfaces like the memory of snow. "We'll have an officer drive by regularly," Hayes assured her, standing at the door. "And we'll check if any of the neighboring buildings have security cameras with a view of your windows." Rebecca nodded, grateful but unconvinced that such measures would identify whoever had sent the letter. The violation felt too personal, too precise. 3 days later, a second letter arrived. Same heavy paper, same handwriting, same absence of return address. This time it read, "The orchid by your bedside is dying. 2 ice cubes once a week, not water." Detective Hayes held the new letter under the lamp, his face grave. "And this is accurate about the orchid." Rebecca's voice was barely audible. "Yes, it was a housewarming gift from my sister. I've been watering it every few days." Santos was already moving through the apartment, checking windows, doors, closets, her movements efficient yet careful. "No signs of entry," she reported, returning to the living room. all locks secure. Hayes nodded, making another note. We've checked with your landlord. The previous tenant was a woman named Claire Duval, left about 2 months ago, supposedly for a job in Seattle. He paused, watching Rebecca's face. Except there's no record of her arriving there. No new lease, no utilities in her name, no employment records. Rebecca sank onto the couch, the blue curtains behind her now seeming less like a design choice and more like a marker, a tag that someone had placed on her life. So what are you saying? We're not sure yet, Santos answered, but we're checking to see if Ms. Duval received similar letters before she left. The investigation unfolded with the slow, deliberate pace of all thorough police work. Records were checked, neighbors interviewed, security footage from nearby businesses reviewed. Days passed without another letter, and Rebecca began to hope that whoever had sent them had lost interest, moved on to some other form of amusement. Then her sister called. "Did you get my package?" she asked. "I sent it to your new place." "Nothing's arrived," Rebecca replied, a faint unease stirring again. "When did you send it?" "Monday," her sister said. "Should have been there by Wednesday at the latest." That evening, the third letter arrived. "The scarf in your sister's package brings out your eyes. I've always thought so." The package itself was nowhere to be found. Hayes and Santos arranged for Rebecca to stay with her sister while they set up surveillance on the apartment. They installed cameras discreetly, positioned to capture anyone approaching the mailbox or the building entrance. "We think the sender needs to see your reaction," Hayes explained as Rebecca packed an overnight bag. "That's part of whatever this is, knowing you're unsettled, watching how you respond." "So I'm bait," Rebecca said, not a question but a statement of fact. Santos shook her head. "Not bait, but your absence might push them to make a mistake." It took 4 days of Rebecca staying away from her perfect, affordable apartment. 4 days of the detectives watching cameras, checking mail, waiting. On the 5th morning, Hayes called Rebecca. "We have something," he said simply. The footage showed a woman approaching Rebecca's mailbox at 5:43 a.m. when the street was still dark and empty. She moved with the confidence of someone who belonged there, who knew the building and its rhythms. She wore a postal service uniform, complete with regulation shoes and bag. Her face was never fully visible to the camera, always turned just enough away, as if she knew exactly where the blind spots were. But as she slipped a letter into the box, she made one mistake. She looked up directly at Rebecca's blue curtains, and for just a brief moment, her face caught the light from a passing car. Claire Duval, Santos confirmed, showing Rebecca the driver's license photo they'd obtained. Your apartment's previous tenant. The pieces assembled themselves slowly, deliberately, each one settling into place with a quiet inevitability. Claire Duval hadn't left town for a job. She'd been asked to vacate the apartment after multiple noise complaints from neighbors, complaints she insisted were fabricated. She claimed someone was trying to force her out, that strange things kept happening, moved objects, disturbed belongings, letters with unsettling personal details. The landlord, eager to avoid trouble, had dismissed her concerns as paranoia, had offered to release her from her lease without penalty. Claire had taken the offer, disappeared, then circled back watching, waiting, planning. She believed someone had targeted her, Hayes explained, and when no one believed her, she decided to create proof, by doing to you what she claimed had been done to her. "But why me?" Rebecca asked, the question hanging in the quiet room. "I never knew her. I had nothing to do with her leaving." Santos leaned forward, her expression gentle. You were convenient. You were there in what she still considered her space. It wasn't personal, not really. You were just a means to an end, a way to validate what she believed had happened to her. They found Claire Duval in a short-term rental across town, her walls covered with notes, photographs of Rebecca entering and leaving the building, schedules, detailed observations. They found Rebecca's sister's package, unopened. They found more letters, already written, ready to be sent, each one more personal, more intrusive than the last. What they didn't find were any signs that someone had actually been stalking Claire before she left the apartment. No evidence of the violation she claimed to have experienced, just the elaborate architecture of a delusion that had grown until it required physical form, external validation. Rebecca stood in her apartment one last time, the blue curtains now removed, packed away in a box she would never open again. Detective Hayes watched from the doorway as she surveyed the space that had briefly been hers. "You're sure about moving?" he asked, though he already knew the answer. Rebecca nodded. "Some places just don't work out." She turned to face him, her expression resolute rather than frightened. "It's not the apartment's fault, or even really Claire's, I suppose, but I'll never feel right here now." As she locked the door for the final time, Rebecca wondered about the previous tenant, the one before Claire. Had they left suddenly too? Had there been letters then, signs missed, warnings unheeded? Or had Claire been the first to feel watched, to imagine eyes tracking her movements through her own home? Some questions have no satisfying answers. Some mysteries remain just beyond our understanding, like the gap between reality and perception, between what we see and what others believe we've seen. In that gap, in that tiny space of uncertainty, fear finds room to grow, to take shape, to eventually become something that can be held in hand, as tangible as a letter in a plain white envelope. Story 4. The old Victorian sat at the end of Maple Street, its weathered facade a silent witness to nearly a century of the town's history. Shadows from ancient oak trees danced across its peeling paint on that unusually warm October afternoon. The property had remained vacant for almost 12 years of whispered speculation among neighbors, of children daring each other to peek through clouded windows, of real estate agents struggling to explain why such a handsome structure in a desirable neighborhood couldn't seem to find a buyer. Until the Mercer family arrived. Robert and Alina Mercer saw potential where others saw decay. They signed the papers with optimistic smiles, ignoring the slight hesitation in the realtor's voice when she handed them the old brass keys. "It just needs some love," Alina had said, running her fingers along the ornate banister of the main staircase during their first walkthrough. "We can bring it back to life." Detective Sarah Lowell would later recall that particular choice of words with a chill. The renovation began on a Tuesday. Workers arrived with coffee in hand, tools rattling in the beds of pickup trucks, ready to transform the sleeping giant of a house. The first floor required cosmetic updates, nothing major. The second floor needed new plumbing, but it was the basement that drew Robert's attention from the beginning. "Something's off down here," he told the contractor, his voice echoing against the stone walls. The basement was unexpectedly clean for a century-old home. No cobwebs stretched across corners. No ancient paint cans or forgotten holiday decorations lined the shelves. Instead, there was only a dirt floor, smoothed in some areas, disturbed in others. Fresh dirt. "Looks like someone's been digging," the contractor observed, crouching down to examine the soil. His weathered fingers pressed into the earth, feeling its give, and recently too. Robert frowned, surveying the space with newfound suspicion. The house has been empty for years. Nobody should have been down here. They noticed it then, a rectangular outline in the dirt, approximately 6 feet by 3 feet. Too perfect to be natural, too deliberate to ignore. The workers exchanged glances. One of them suggested calling the police, but Robert insisted they investigate first. It's probably just an old root cellar, he reasoned, though his voice lacked conviction. 3 men worked with shovels, carefully removing the loose soil. Their movements grew more deliberate as the excavation deepened. No one spoke. The only sounds were metal against earth and increasingly labored breathing. 2 feet down, they hit wood. Not rotted planks of a forgotten storage space, but a solid, purposefully constructed trapdoor with a metal handle on one side. The wood looked new, perhaps only months old. "Call the police," Robert whispered, stepping back from the edge of the hole. Officer Jenkins arrived first, followed 20 minutes later by Detective Lowell. She was in her mid-40s, with observant eyes that seemed to catalog every detail of a room within seconds. Her notebook remained closed as she surveyed the scene, taking mental photographs she would later transfer to paper. "Has anyone opened it?" she asked, her voice calm and measured. No one had. With gloved hands, Detective Lowell gripped the metal handle and pulled. The hinges moved with surprising ease, making barely a sound, further evidence of recent construction and maintenance. As the door swung upward, cool air rushed from below, carrying a faint, unidentifiable odor. Flashlight in hand, Detective Lowell peered into the darkness. The beam illuminated what appeared to be a tunnel, roughly 4 feet high, its walls reinforced with lumber every few feet. The floor was packed dirt, bearing clear impressions of footprints leading away from the basement. "Get the forensics team," she instructed Officer Jenkins without looking up, "and seal off the property." By evening, the quiet renovation project had transformed into a crime scene. Neighbors gathered beyond the yellow tape, whispering theories as more police vehicles arrived. Inside, technicians photographed every inch of the basement and the mysterious tunnel. Detective Lowell stood apart, piecing together a timeline. The house had last been owned by an elderly woman who had moved to assisted living before passing away 4 years earlier. Her children, living out of state, had placed the property on the market, but it remained unsold until the Mercers' purchase. "So who built the tunnel?" she murmured to herself, "and when?" The forensics team discovered that the tunnel extended nearly 40 yards, running beneath the backyard and continuing under the adjacent woodland area. It eventually opened into a small clearing half a mile from the house, hidden by dense underbrush. "Someone put a lot of work into this," remarked the lead technician, measuring the dimensions of the exit point. "This wasn't built in a day." Over the next week, investigators compiled evidence from the tunnel and surrounding areas. Soil samples, tool marks, and partial fingerprints built a slow but steady picture of recent activity. The construction appeared to have begun approximately 8 months earlier, with regular maintenance continuing until just 2 weeks before the Mercers purchased the property. The most troubling discovery came from deep within the dirt walls of the tunnel. Embedded 6 inches into the eastern wall, forensics found a woman's wristwatch. The battery had stopped at 2:17, though whether AM or PM was impossible to determine. The clasp was broken, suggesting it had been torn from someone's wrist. Records indicated 3 women had gone missing in neighboring counties over the past year. One of them, Melissa Chambers, had last been seen leaving her evening job at a library 10 miles from the Victorian house. Her mother identified the wristwatch immediately. "She never took it off," the woman said through tears. "It was a gift from her father before he died." Detective Lowell spent hours studying the property records, building permits and surveillance footage from nearby businesses. A pattern slowly emerged: a blue pickup truck appearing on various security cameras in the area, always late at night, always driving slowly past the then vacant Victorian. The vehicle was registered to William Garrett, a handyman who had done occasional work for several homeowners in the neighborhood, including at the property directly behind the Victorian. His rental apartment, when searched, yielded no evidence connecting him to the tunnel or to Melissa Chambers. However, his landlord reported that Garrett often disappeared for days at a time, explaining he had projects out of town. Garrett himself seemed to have vanished. His last known sighting was at a gas station 50 miles south, 3 days after the Mercers discovered the tunnel. The case remained active as weeks turned to months. The tunnel was carefully documented, then filled in. The Victorian house sat empty once again, the Mercers having decided they couldn't live there after what had been found. Detective Lowell kept the case file on her desk, reviewing it daily. The tunnel's purpose remained unclear. Was it an escape route, a hiding place, or something more sinister? Without Melissa Chambers or William Garrett, questions outnumbered answers. Then, on a rainy Tuesday, nearly 6 months after the discovery, a highway patrol officer in a neighboring state pulled over a blue pickup truck with a broken tail light. The driver presented identification for a Robert Milligan, but his nervous demeanor prompted further investigation. Fingerprint analysis revealed he was William Garrett. Under interrogation, Garrett maintained his innocence regarding Melissa Chambers. He admitted to building the tunnel, claiming it was part of an elaborate plan to burglarize homes in the upscale neighborhood. The basement of the vacant Victorian had been his entry point, allowing him to move through the area undetected. Detective Lowell didn't believe him. The tunnel required too much effort for simple burglary. Its construction was methodical, patient, suggesting purposes beyond theft. "Why did you leave town so suddenly?" she asked during the 3rd hour of questioning. "I saw the house had sold," Garrett replied, his eyes fixed on the table between them. "Knew my time was up." "And Melissa Chambers' watch, how did it end up in your tunnel?" A flicker of something: recognition, fear, calculation crossed his face. Never seen it before. The case against Garrett grew complicated. Without Melissa's body or any direct evidence linking him to her disappearance, prosecutors could only charge him with trespassing and destruction of property. The tunnel itself, while suspicious, wasn't illegal to build. Melissa's mother visited Detective Lowell regularly, seeking updates, holding on to hope that her daughter might still be found. "He knows," she would say, her voice a mixture of certainty and desperation. "He knows where she is." Detective Lowell agreed, but knowing and proving remained separate challenges. The Victorian house changed hands again 8 months later, selling well below market value to a young couple unaware of its recent history. During their renovation, the new owners decided to extend the basement, digging further into the foundation at the north end, the opposite direction from where the tunnel had been. 3 feet down, their workers discovered a small metal box. Inside was a collection of driver's licenses, library cards, and credit cards belonging to 5 different women, including Melissa Chambers. The case was reopened immediately. William Garrett, still serving time for his previous charges, now faced much more serious allegations. The search for the missing women intensified, focusing on areas surrounding the properties where Garrett had worked over the years. Detective Lowell often stood in the basement of the Victorian, trying to understand the mind that had created such an elaborate underground system. The tunnel represented something beyond criminal practicality. It showed patience, planning, and disturbing dedication. As the investigation continues today, the house on Maple Street stands as a silent sentinel, its basement once again quiet. But in the town's collective memory, it remains known as the house with the freshly dug basement, a place where the earth itself couldn't keep its secrets buried forever. And somewhere, perhaps beneath another unassuming property, answers may still lie waiting, just inches below the surface. Story 5. The late afternoon sunlight filtered through partially closed blinds, casting long golden beams across the hardwood floors of 42 Sycamore Lane. Dust particles drifted lazily through the air, undisturbed for what seemed like weeks. Melissa Parker, a real estate agent with 15 years of experience, moved slowly through the modest 2-story colonial, her footsteps creating a subtle echo in the strange stillness of the home. The house wasn't abandoned, not in the traditional sense. There were no cobwebs in corners, no signs of decay or neglect. Instead, it was preserved in an eerie state of suspension, as if time had simply stopped for the Richardson family one ordinary Tuesday in September. In the kitchen, unwashed mugs sat beside the sink, 3 of them. One large black mug with coffee residue dried at the bottom, one medium-sized ceramic mug with a faded university logo, and a small purple plastic cup with cartoon characters smiling cheerfully around its circumference. A half-completed grocery list was magnetized to the refrigerator door: milk, eggs, bread, peanut butter. The handwriting was neat, methodical, a mother's careful planning for her family's week ahead. Melissa's fingers brushed against the countertop, feeling the slight tackiness of maple syrup that had never been wiped away. The breakfast dishes had been rinsed but not loaded into the dishwasher. A child's math homework, partially completed, lay on the kitchen table beside a calculator and a chewed pencil. Everything suggested a routine morning interrupted, but what could have pulled an entire family away so abruptly that they left everything behind? This wasn't Melissa's typical listing. The circumstances were unusual, to say the least. The bank had foreclosed on the property after 6 months of missed mortgage payments, but not a single personal belonging had been removed. No family members had come to claim personal effects. No neighbors reported seeing moving trucks. The Richardsons, Michael, age 42, Emily, age 39, and their daughter Abigail, age 8, had simply vanished. Melissa moved through the living room, noting the television remote placed neatly on the coffee table, a novel with a bookmark placed about halfway through, a child's stuffed rabbit propped against a throw pillow. Family photos lined the mantel, smiling faces captured at a beach vacation, a school play, a backyard barbecue. The most recent had been taken just 2 months before their disappearance, showing the 3 of them standing before a campsite, mountains rising majestically in the background. Nothing in those smiling faces hinted at what was to come. Upstairs, the master bedroom looked as though someone had just stepped out. The bed was unmade, indentations still visible in the pillows. A man's watch sat on the nightstand next to a charging cord that led to no phone. In the adjoining bathroom, a toothbrush stood in a holder, a cap missing from a tube of toothpaste. Everyday items left behind by people who surely intended to return to use them again. The child's room was a splash of purple and teal, a meticulously decorated space for a young girl who loved horses, evidenced by the posters and figurines arranged on floating shelves. The bed was made, but haphazardly, as though done by young hands still learning the skill. A school backpack hung on a hook by the door, homework assignments neatly organized in labeled folders inside. It was as Melissa continued her inventory of the home that she noticed something peculiar. In the hallway bathroom, the mirror above the sink had been covered with black paint, thick, deliberate strokes that completely obscured the reflective surface. Curious, she moved to check the mirror in the master bathroom. The two had been covered, the black paint applied with the same meticulous care. In the daughter's bedroom, a small vanity mirror bore the same treatment. Every mirror in the home had been deliberately, systematically blacked out. Detective James Morales sat at his desk, the thin file on the Richardson family open before him. 6 months had passed since they were last seen, and the case had gone cold almost immediately. There were no signs of forced entry at their home, no evidence of violence, no unusual bank withdrawals. Their car had been found in the long-term parking lot at Portland International Airport, but no record existed of them boarding any flights. Their passports remained in a lockbox discovered in their bedroom closet. The detective's fingers tapped a rhythmic pattern on his desk as he reviewed his notes for the 100th time. The case didn't fit any pattern he recognized. If they had chosen to disappear, why leave everything behind? If they had met with foul play, where was the evidence? And most perplexingly, why had every mirror in the house been covered with black paint? The paint had been analyzed, revealing it to be common matte black interior paint available at any hardware store. A half-empty can had been found in the garage, a paintbrush cleaned and dried beside it. The paint had been applied approximately 24 hours before their last known whereabouts, according to forensic analysis. Detective, the voice of Officer Lisa Chen broke through his contemplation. There's someone here who says she has information about the Richardson case. The woman who sat across from Detective Morales introduced herself as Alina Winters, a former colleague of Emily Richardson. She spoke softly, her fingers continuously twisting the strap of her purse as she recounted a conversation from nearly 7 months ago. Emily had been acting strangely for weeks, Alina explained, the words coming slowly as if being carefully selected. She kept saying she felt watched, but not by anything physical. She told me that Abigail had started talking to her reflection, having full conversations. Said her reflection told her things no one else could know. Morales leaned forward slightly. Did Emily seek psychiatric help for her daughter? Alina nodded. They saw a child psychologist twice, but then Emily started experiencing things too. She told me that sometimes when she looked in the mirror, her reflection would smile before she did. A visible shiver ran through Alina's body. The last time I spoke with her, she said Michael had started keeping the bathroom door locked because he didn't want to see what was looking back at him anymore. In the weeks that followed, Detective Morales interviewed the Richardsons' neighbors, colleagues, and Abigail's teachers. A pattern began to emerge, subtle at first, then increasingly clear. The family had grown progressively isolated in the months before their disappearance. Michael had taken time off work for what he described as family matters. Abigail had been absent from school frequently. Emily had stopped attending her book club and yoga classes. The child psychologist who had seen Abigail confirmed that the girl had described her reflection as someone else who looks like me but isn't me. The psychologist had diagnosed it as a relatively common childhood fantasy that would likely resolve itself with time and gentle correction. 3 months into his renewed investigation, Morales received a call from Canadian Border Patrol. A family matching the Richardsons' description had crossed into British Columbia the day after they were last seen in Portland. They had used different names, the Williams family, with documentation that appeared authentic enough to pass cursory inspection, but would later prove to be expert forgeries. From there, the trail led to a small coastal town where the family had rented a cabin for 2 weeks before disappearing again. Locals remembered them as quiet, keeping to themselves. One shopkeeper recalled something odd. The father had purchased every mirror he could find in the small general store, along with several cans of black paint. The investigation eventually led Detective Morales to a remote area of the Yukon Territory, where a small cabin stood abandoned in a clearing surrounded by dense forest. Inside, the scene was hauntingly familiar, everyday items left behind, meals half prepared, clothes still hanging in closets, and every reflective surface, mirrors, windows, even the glass front of a picture frame covered with thick black paint. But of the Richardson family, there was no trace. To this day, the case of the family that left everything behind remains officially unsolved. Theories abound, from elaborate identity fraud to cult involvement, from mental health crisis to something more sinister. Some say they're still running, always one step ahead of whatever they believe is pursuing them. Others whisper darker possibilities about what might happen when a reflection decides it no longer wishes to merely imitate. In the years since, the house on Sycamore Lane has changed hands several times, each new owner unaware of its history until the renovations begin and the black paint beneath fresh coats of primer reveals itself, a persistent reminder of the family that vanished and the question that lingers unanswered. What did the Richardsons see in their mirrors that terrified them enough to leave everything behind? Story 6. The photograph had been tucked inside a library book, yellowed and worn. The face of a young man, smiling, curious, she searched the missing persons database. His name wasn't listed anywhere, but when she posted the photo online, someone replied, "I've seen him. He lives 2 doors down." Detective Anna Mercer held the photograph in her latex-gloved fingers, feeling the weight of the decades-old paper against her skin. It was a quiet Tuesday evening at the Millfield Public Library, the kind where dust particles hung suspended in the air, catching the amber light from outdated fluorescent fixtures. The book, a 1978 edition of The Great Gatsby, had been pulled during routine inventory. The photograph had slipped from between pages 42 and 43, where Jay Gatsby first reaches toward the green light. "We almost threw it away," the librarian whispered, her voice barely disturbing the cathedral-like silence of the reference section. But there was something about his eyes. Anna understood. The young man in the photo, perhaps 20, with dark hair swept across his forehead and a dimpled smile, had eyes that followed you. They weren't merely captured by the camera, they seemed to observe from within the photograph itself. He wore what appeared to be a university sweatshirt, though the logo was partially obscured. The edges of the photo were soft with handling, as if someone had spent years touching its borders, remembering. "No identification written on the back?" Anna asked, turning the photograph over with practiced care. The blank reverse stared back at her, offering nothing. The case wasn't even a case, merely a curiosity that Anna had picked up during her off hours. 23 years with the Millfield Police Department had taught her that sometimes the most interesting mysteries were the ones that hadn't been reported at all. Back at her apartment that evening, Anna sipped lukewarm tea and created a digital scan of the photograph. She enhanced it slightly, bringing out details lost to time in the yellowing process. The university logo became clearer: Westmore College, a small institution that had closed its doors in 1994. The background showed a dormitory room with a calendar visible on the wall, September 1983. Anna wasn't officially investigating anything. There was no evidence of a crime, no missing person report, nothing but a forgotten bookmark. Yet something about the young man's expression tugged at her detective's intuition, a sense honed through decades of interviewing both the guilty and the innocent. She posted the image on a community forum dedicated to Millfield history, adding a simple caption: "Found in library book. Anyone recognize this young man from Westmore College, circa 1983?" 3 days passed. Anna continued her regular caseload: a series of bicycle thefts near the high school, a dispute between neighbors that had escalated to property damage. The photograph remained in her thoughts, however, a quiet background puzzle. The notification came while she was reviewing security footage of the bike rack, a response to her post: "I've seen him. He lives 2 doors down from me on Maple Street. His name is Thomas Kendrick." Anna felt a peculiar chill traverse her spine, the delicate electricity that preceded a breakthrough. She messaged the respondent, a woman named Claire Donovan, requesting a meeting. They arranged to meet at a coffee shop the following morning. Claire was in her 60s, with silver hair and hands that moved expressively as she spoke. "I've been neighbors with Thomas for almost 15 years now," she explained, stirring her coffee absently. "Quiet man, keeps to himself, gardens a lot. I see him tending his roses almost every day in summer." "And you're certain it's the same person from the photograph?" Anna asked, sliding the original across the table. Claire nodded firmly. "Older now, of course, hair all gray, but it's those eyes, unmistakable." "Has he ever mentioned his past, where he went to school, his family?" "That's the curious thing," Claire said, lowering her voice. "Thomas never talks about before. When neighbors ask about family at Christmas or holiday gatherings, he changes the subject. I always assumed he'd lost someone, a wife, perhaps." Anna felt the familiar tug of mystery, the quiet insistence of questions unanswered. "And he's never mentioned Westmore College or the early 80s. Claire shook her head. "In 15 years, I've never heard him mention anything before the 2000s. It's as if his life began then." That afternoon, Anna drove slowly down Maple Street, a residential lane lined with modest homes and mature oak trees. Number 237 was a well-maintained bungalow with a meticulous garden. True to Claire's description, an older man knelt among the roses, carefully pruning the bushes. His movements were deliberate, almost meditative. Anna parked her unmarked car and watched. The man, Thomas Kendrick, if Claire was correct, worked steadily for almost an hour before standing, one hand pressed against his lower back as he stretched. When he turned toward the street, Anna saw his face clearly. It was him, 40 years older, with lines mapping his face and gray replacing the dark hair, but unmistakably the young man from the photograph. The same eyes, the same slight asymmetry to his smile as he nodded politely to a passing neighbor. Anna didn't approach him, not yet. Instead, she returned to the station and began a background check on Thomas Kendrick of 237 Maple Street. The results were puzzling in their ordinariness. Driver's license issued in 2002. House purchased in 2003. No criminal record. Current employment at a local accounting firm. Credit history beginning in 2001. Health insurance, car payments, utility bills all present and unremarkable. But nothing before 2001. Nothing. It was as if Thomas Kendrick had materialized fully formed at the age of approximately 40, with no history, no education records, no tax filings, no previous addresses, no birth certificate, no social security number before the one issued in 2001. Honor expanded her search. She contacted Westmore College's Alumni Association, now maintained by a dedicated group of former students. She sent them the photograph, asking if anyone recognized the young man who would have attended in the early 1980s. The response came a week later from the association's elderly president. "That's Daniel Cooper, class of '84, English major, lovely boy, tragic what happened." Anna felt her pulse quicken. "What happened to Daniel Cooper?" she wrote back. "He disappeared during spring break of his junior year, March 1983. His roommate reported it when Daniel didn't return for classes. The police investigated, but they never found him. His parents were devastated. They searched for years. His father died still looking for him." Anna sat back in her chair, processing this information. Daniel Cooper, missing since 1983, never found. Thomas Kendrick, who appeared in Millfield in 2001 with no history. The same person, separated by almost 20 years of absence. She requested the original missing person report from the university town's police department. It arrived in her email the next day, scanned pages from a time before digital records. Daniel Cooper, 20, reported missing by roommate James Hayes on March 28, 1983. Last seen leaving campus on March 18, telling friends he was going home for a few days. His car was found at the bus station. No bus ticket under his name was ever found. The report included statements from friends, all expressing disbelief. Daniel was described as stable, happy, looking forward to graduate school. There was no indication of depression, no romantic troubles, no conflicts with family or friends. The investigation gradually went cold. Daniel Cooper became one of the thousands of Americans who disappear each year, leaving behind only questions. Honor arranged surveillance on Thomas Kendrick's house unofficial, just a patrol car noting his comings and goings. He led a structured life, worked from 9 to 5, grocery shopping on Wednesdays, dinner alone at Marcello's Italian restaurant every Friday, church on Sundays, gardening in between. He spoke to neighbors politely but briefly. He had no visitors. 3 weeks into her unofficial investigation, Anna made her decision. She would approach him directly. Not as law enforcement, there was no evidence of any crime, but as someone with questions that needed answers. She chose a Saturday morning when Thomas would likely be in his garden. She brought the photograph with her. He was tending to his bird feeder when she approached the white picket fence surrounding his property. He looked up at the sound of her footsteps, offering a polite smile that faded slightly when he registered her deliberate approach. "Mr. Kendrick," Anna said, keeping her tone conversational. "My name is Anna Mercer. I was hoping I might speak with you for a moment." His eyes, those same eyes from the photograph, studied her face. "Is something wrong?" he asked. His voice was soft, slightly raspy with age. "Not wrong exactly," Anna replied. "I have something that might belong to you." She held out the photograph, watching his expression carefully. Thomas stared at it, his face betraying nothing for several long seconds. Then, almost imperceptibly, his shoulders sagged. "Where did you find this?" he asked quietly. "In a library book, The Great Gatsby." A ghost of a smile touched his lips. "It was my favorite," he said. "I must have used it as a bookmark." "May I come in, Mr. Kendrick?" Or should I call you Daniel Cooper? The name hung in the air between them. Thomas closed his eyes briefly, then nodded, gesturing toward his front door. Inside, the house was immaculate and sparsely decorated. No photographs adorned the walls. No mementos cluttered the surfaces. It was a house without a past. They sat at a kitchen table, 2 mugs of tea between them. Thomas or Daniel held the photograph, looking at it with an expression Anna couldn't quite decipher. "I didn't commit any crime," he said, finally looking up at her. "I just left." "Your family searched for years," Anna said gently. "Your father died still looking for you." Pain flashed across his face. "I know. I read his obituary in 2000. That's when I decided to become someone else officially. Before that, I just worked jobs that paid cash, moved around." "Why?" Anna asked, the detective in her needing to complete the puzzle. "Why disappear? Your friends, your professors, everyone said you were happy." Daniel set the photograph down carefully. "I was until I wasn't." He paused, collecting his thoughts. "Have you ever felt like you were living someone else's life, detective? Like the path you were on wasn't chosen by you, but for you?" Anna thought of her own life choices, the expectations of her family, the compromises made. "Sometimes," she admitted. "I was going to become a lawyer like my father. I was already accepted to law school. The applications, the LSAT, all of it was done for a future I never wanted." Daniel's eyes drifted to the garden visible through the window. "One day during spring break, I was sitting in my parents' house, listening to them talk about my future law practice, and I just couldn't breathe. I walked out the door that night, got on a bus with no destination in mind." "And never looked back?" Anna asked. "I look back every day," Daniel corrected softly. "I wrote letters, dozens of them, explanations, apologies. I never mailed them. The longer I was gone, the harder it became to return. How do you explain years of absence? How do you apologize for the worry you caused?" "So you became Thomas Kendrick." He nodded. "After my father died, I thought it would be kinder somehow to let Daniel Cooper remain missing rather than return as someone unrecognizable to the people who had loved him." Anna studied the man before her. There was no law requiring adults to maintain contact with their families. No crime in changing one's name, starting over as long as it wasn't done to evade legal obligations or commit fraud. "Your mother," she asked. "Passed away in 1996, he replied. "I visited her grave once afterward, left flowers." They sat in silence for several minutes, the weight of decades pressing around them. Finally, Anna spoke again. "What will you do now?" she asked. Daniel looked at the photograph once more. "Continue being Thomas, I suppose, unless you're planning to report this." Anna considered her position, her duty. There was no active investigation. No crime had been committed, just a personal choice with profound consequences. "No," she said finally, "this isn't official police business. I was just curious about a photograph in a book." Relief softened his features. "Thank you." As Anna rose to leave, Daniel called after her. "Detective, may I keep this?" He held up the photograph. Anna nodded. "It's yours after all." Outside, standing on the sidewalk, Anna looked back at the house. Daniel Thomas stood at the window, the photograph in his hand, watching her go. His other hand raised slightly, a tentative farewell. Some mysteries, Anna reflected as she walked to her car, aren't meant to be solved publicly. Some answers serve no purpose beyond satisfying curiosity. Daniel Cooper had chosen to disappear. Thomas Kendrick had chosen to live quietly. Both choices belonged to the same man. The case of the missing person who was never reported would remain where it belonged in the shadows between official records, a secret shared between a detective and a man who had walked away from his own life. In her report, Anna simply noted, "Library photograph claimed by owner. No further action required." Story 7. The night air hung like a damp cloth over the small town of Millfield. Raindrops slid down window panes in lazy rivulets, casting elongated shadows across Detective Sarah Mercer's desk. The office was quiet at this hour. Most of her colleagues had long since departed, leaving behind only the soft hum of fluorescent lights and the occasional distant ring of a telephone. She sat alone, surrounded by stacks of manila folders, each containing pieces of lives, interrupted evidence of crimes both solved and unsolved. Sarah's fingers traced the edge of a particularly worn folder, one she had revisited countless times over the past 4 years. The case had grown cold, like coffee forgotten on a desk, but something about it continued to gnaw at her consciousness, refusing to be filed away and forgotten. Her eyes drifted to the clock, 11:42 p.m. She should have been home hours ago. As she began gathering her things, the desk phone rang. The sound seemed to expand in the empty space, unnaturally loud and somehow intrusive. Sarah hesitated before answering, her hand hovering over the receiver for 3 full rings before she finally picked it up. "Detective Mercer," she answered, her voice steady despite the lateness of the hour. At first there was nothing, just the soft static of an open line, a sound like distant waves washing against an unseen shore. Then a voice emerged, female, distant, distorted by either poor connection or emotion. "Please help me, I'm trapped." The words hung in the air between them. Sarah reached for her notepad, the scratch of pen against paper filling the silence. "Ma'am, can you tell me where you are?" Sarah asked, professional instincts taking over. "What's your name?" More static, the voice seemed to move further away, as though the speaker had turned from the phone. There were other sounds, now a scraping noise, perhaps metal against concrete, and what might have been footsteps. "He's coming back," the voice whispered, fear evident even through the distortion. "The old Carson place on Willow Road, please." The line went dead. Sarah immediately dialed the number back, but was met with a mechanical voice informing her that the number was no longer in service. She wrote down the caller ID number before grabbing her coat and keys. The Carson place on Willow Road, she knew it well. Everyone in Millfield did. It had been abandoned for years after a fire claimed the lives of the elderly couple who lived there. Local teenagers occasionally used it as a gathering spot, but at this hour, in this weather, it should have been empty. By the time Sarah pulled up to the charred skeleton of the Carson house, 2 patrol officers had already arrived, responding to her call for backup. The rain had intensified, transforming from a gentle mist to a steady downpour that drummed against the roof of her car. Flashlight beams cut through the darkness as the officers began a preliminary search of the property. "Detective," one of them called out, his voice barely audible above the rain. "You might want to see this." Near what had once been the back door, fresh footprints led through the mud, disappearing into the burned-out structure. Sarah followed them carefully, each step deliberate, her hand resting on her service weapon. The interior of the house smelled of wet ash and decay, a musty presence that seemed to cling to her clothing as she moved deeper inside. The flashlight beam revealed graffiti-covered walls, discarded beer cans, and the remnants of what had once been a family home. but nothing to indicate anyone had been here recently. No signs of struggle, no evidence of someone being held against their will. Call came from here, Officer Reynolds asked, his skepticism evident. Sarah checked her notes again. The number traces back to this address, or it did years ago. The following morning, Sarah sat across from the telecommunications specialist at the station, a cup of untouched coffee cooling between her hands. The numbers on the screen seemed to mock her. This line was disconnected 4 years ago after the fire, the specialist explained, adjusting his glasses. The number was never reassigned. Technically, it shouldn't be capable of making or receiving calls. But it did, Sarah insisted. I heard her. She knew about the Carson place. She was scared. Could be a technical glitch or someone spoofing the number, he offered with a shrug. But Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to it. She spent the next few days digging into the history of the Carson property, reviewing the fire investigation, interviewing neighbors who had been there the night of the blaze. Most of the information was familiar: an electrical fire that had started in the kitchen, spreading rapidly through the old house. Thomas and Alina Carson had died of smoke inhalation. Their bodies had been found in their bedroom, no foul play suspected. It wasn't until she spoke with Mrs. Abernathy, who lived across the street, that something new emerged. They had a live-in caretaker, the elderly woman mentioned, pouring tea with slightly trembling hands. A quiet girl, I can't recall her name, but she wasn't there the night of the fire. Police looked for her afterward to notify her, but they never found her. Sarah felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature of the room. Do you remember what she looked like? Mrs. Abernathy's brow furrowed. Dark hair, I think, petite. She kept to herself mostly. I remember thinking she seemed afraid somehow, always looking over her shoulder. Back at the station, Sarah pulled the complete case file on the Carson fire. There, buried in the supplementary notes, was a brief mention of a caretaker named Eliza Donner, 23, who had been employed by the Carsons for approximately 6 months before the fire. Officers had attempted to locate her but found that her previous address was vacant, and her emergency contact, a cousin in another state, hadn't heard from her in over a year. The investigation into Eliza's whereabouts had been cursory at best. With no evidence of foul play in the fire, finding the missing caretaker had been a low priority, and the case had eventually been closed. Sarah began to piece together a timeline. Eliza had disappeared shortly before the fire. The Carsons died in the blaze. And now, 4 years later, a call from their disconnected phone line, a desperate plea for help from someone claiming to be trapped. The smell hit her first when she returned to the Carson property 3 days later, a faint but distinctive odor beneath the lingering scent of ash and rain. Sarah had come alone this time, drawn by an intuition she couldn't explain to her superiors. She followed the scent to what had once been the basement door, now partially collapsed and hidden by overgrown weeds. With effort, she cleared away enough debris to squeeze through the narrow opening. The basement was surprisingly intact, protected from the worst of the fire by its concrete walls and floor. Her flashlight beam swept across the space, revealing shelves of preserved food, old furniture, and a large metal trunk pushed against the far wall. The trunk was locked, but the mechanism was old and yielded easily to her tools. As she lifted the lid, Sarah's breath caught in her throat. Inside were women's clothes, neatly folded, a journal, and a cell phone, an older model, its battery long dead. The journal belonged to Eliza Donner. The entry started optimistically, describing her relief at finding employment with the Carsons, who seemed kind and paid well. But as the months progressed, the tone changed. Eliza wrote of strange noises in the night, of items in her room being moved while she was out, of a growing certainty that someone was watching her. The final entry, dated 3 days before the fire, read simply, "He's not who he claims to be. I found the others. God help me, I found where he keeps them." Sarah's investigation shifted direction. The fire, previously ruled accidental, was re-examined. Forensic specialists discovered traces of accelerant that had been missed in the original investigation. The basement was excavated more thoroughly, revealing disturbing evidence. A hidden room behind a false wall, containing items belonging to 3 different women who had been reported missing in neighboring counties over a span of 5 years. Thomas Carson, it emerged, had a history of violence against women that had been carefully concealed. Before moving to Millfield, he had lived under a different name in another state, where he had been a suspect in a disappearance case but never charged due to lack of evidence. Yet despite the mounting evidence of Carson's crimes, Eliza Donner's body was never found. No trace of her appeared in the hidden room, the house, or the surrounding property. It was as if she had simply vanished. The case was officially reopened, with Thomas Carson posthumously identified as a likely serial predator. The families of the victims, identified through items found in the basement, received some measure of closure. But for Sarah, one question remained unanswered. Who had called her that rainy night, using a phone line that shouldn't have worked from a house where no one should have been? Sometimes on late nights when the office is empty and the rain taps against the windows, Sarah finds herself staring at her phone, half expecting it to ring. The case file remains in her desk drawer, technically solved but feeling incomplete. And occasionally, when she drives past the now demolished Carson property, she could swear she sees a figure standing at the edge of the empty lot, a petite woman with dark hair, looking over her shoulder as if afraid of something only she can see. The number from that night remains disconnected. But in her dreams, Sarah still hears the voice, still feels the urgency of those whispered words, "Please help me, I'm trapped." And she wonders if perhaps some calls for help echo beyond the constraints of time and reason, persisting until someone finally listens. Story 8, rain tapped quietly against the calf windows, creating a gentle rhythm that matched the steady drip of coffee from the shop's brass machines. It was the kind of autumn afternoon that made one feel pleasantly isolated, cocooned in the amber lighting of the small downtown establishment where patrons sought refuge from the persistent drizzle. Detective Anna Mercer would later remember this weather detail not because it mattered to the case, but because of how it contrasted with the cold clarity that had settled in her mind as she reviewed the witness statements for the 3rd time. She walked into the coffee shop and saw herself sitting at a corner table. Same face, same hair, same coat. When their eyes met, the other woman smiled. "You're not supposed to be here." These words, written in the victim's journal just hours before her death, haunted the investigation from its beginning. Rebecca Thorne, 34, successful graphic designer, had documented an encounter that defied explanation, an encounter that now lay at the heart of what the local press had begun calling the doppelganger case. The calf, Mercer noted, was still operating as if nothing had happened. The same baristas served the same drinks, customers occupied the same tables, and yet something fundamental had changed. In the corner where Rebecca had reportedly seen her double sat a young couple now, oblivious to the invisible weight of the space they occupied. The staff confirmed she was a regular, Officer Davis murmured, his voice barely rising above the ambient noise of coffee grinding and subdued conversations. Came in most Thursdays around 4. Always ordered the same thing, an Americano with an extra shot. Always sat in that corner. Mercer nodded, her gaze drifting to the large windows that faced the street. From that particular corner table, Rebecca would have had a clear view of everyone entering the cafe. She would have seen herself walk in, or someone who looked remarkably like her. And no security footage, Mercer stated rather than asked. They'd already been through this. The cafe's vintage aesthetic extended to its security measures, which were practically non-existent. Nothing useful, Davis confirmed, just a partial angle of the counter. Rebecca enters at 4:12 p.m., orders her usual, and disappears off-frame, presumably to her corner table. The medical examiner had placed Rebecca's time of death between 8 and 10 that evening, 4 to 6 hours after the coffee shop encounter. She had been found in her apartment by a neighbor who'd heard what they described as a thud, like something heavy falling. Rebecca had fallen or been pushed down the short flight of stairs that connected her split-level apartment. A simple accident, it might have seemed, if not for the meticulous journal entry and the other curious details. Her sister confirmed she didn't have a twin, Davis continued, flipping through his notes with deliberate slowness. No siblings at all, and the DNA samples from her apartment only showed Rebecca's profile. No unknown contributors. Mercer's fingers traced the edge of the photograph on the table. Rebecca Thorne smiling at a gallery opening 6 months earlier. Dark hair cut in a sharp bob, intelligent eyes, a confident smile. Nothing about her suggested paranoia or mental health issues, according to friends and family. She was described as grounded, practical, successful in her field. 3 days after beginning their investigation, Mercer discovered the first truly unusual piece of evidence. Rebecca's phone contained dozens of photos taken over the past month, all seemingly casual street scenes, coffee shops, grocery store aisles. But in each one, partially obscured but unmistakable once you knew to look for her, was a woman with the same distinctive haircut as Rebecca, often wearing similar clothing. She was documenting sightings, Mercer explained to her lieutenant. She thought she was being followed or imitated. The search of Rebecca's laptop revealed more. A folder labeled simply her contained research into doppelgangers, identical strangers, even twins separated at birth. Another folder held several digitally enhanced images from her phone photos, attempting to get clearer views of the woman who resembled her. "We need to find this woman," the lieutenant said, studying one of the clearer images, "if she exists." That particular phrasing lingered uncomfortably in the air of the briefing room. A breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A facial recognition search through driver's license databases identified a possible match, Eliza Kine, living just 3 miles from Rebecca's apartment. The resemblance was striking, though not perfect. Same general face shape, same haircut, similar features, enough to be mistaken for Rebecca from certain angles or at a distance. Mercer drove to Eliza's address on a Tuesday morning, the sky still carrying that same persistent drizzle that had accompanied the beginning of the case. The apartment complex was newer than Rebecca's, more sterile in its design. As she approached the door, she felt a peculiar hesitation, a sense that something wasn't aligned correctly in the universe. The apartment was empty, not just unoccupied at that moment, truly empty. No furniture, no personal belongings. A neighbor confirmed that someone had indeed been living there until very recently. "Moved out in a hurry last week," the elderly man said, peering curiously past Mercer into the vacant apartment. Middle of the night, didn't say goodbye or nothing. The property manager provided a rental application with minimal information. Eliza Kine had listed a previous address in Chicago and an employer that, when contacted, had no record of her. The social security number on the application belonged to a deceased woman from Florida. The reference phone numbers connected to burner phones that were no longer in service. She created an identity, Mercer explained to her team. A very good one, but still fabricated, and she chose to look like Rebecca Thorne. The question is why? The investigation expanded, stretching backward through Rebecca's life, searching for connections or conflicts that might explain why someone would go to such lengths. They found nothing obvious, no bitter business rivals, no explosive breakups, no family disputes over inheritances. What they did find, buried in emails from 6 years earlier, was a brief exchange between Rebecca and a photography workshop coordinator about a group exhibition. In one photo of the exhibition opening, barely visible in the background, was a woman with her back turned to the camera. Even from behind, there was something in her posture, the cut of her hair, that felt familiar. 6 years, Mercer breathed, staring at the grainy image. She could have been watching Rebecca for 6 years. The investigation hit another wall until Rebecca's sister, while clearing out the apartment, discovered a hidden compartment in an antique desk. Inside was a small collection of items, a hotel key card, a matchbook from a bar called the Blind Tiger, and a photograph of a woman who looked remarkably like Rebecca, but wasn't her. The photo was dated 1997. "That's not Rebecca," her sister confirmed, voice trembling slightly. "She would have been a teenager then. This woman is in her 30s. The matchbook led them to a long-closed establishment in Chicago, the same city Eliza Kine had claimed to be from. The former owner, now elderly, studied the photograph with rheumy eyes. "Sure, I remember her. Used to come in with a group of regulars. Theater people, I think. Always talking about performances and roles." A new theory began to form, one that seemed simultaneously impossible and the only explanation that fit the evidence. The woman in the 1997 photograph, was she Eliza Kine? And if so, how had she maintained the same appearance for decades? More importantly, why had she chosen to duplicate Rebecca's look, to follow her, to finally confront her? The answer came in fragments. A newspaper article about an experimental theater group in Chicago in the late 90s. A technique they called life performance, where actors would study and embody real people for months at a time. A member of that group who had taken the concept to disturbing extremes and been asked to leave. "She doesn't just imitate people," Mercer explained, laying out the connections. "She becomes them. And once she's perfected her performance, she replaces them." The investigation expanded to other cities, other cases. 3 unsolved disappearances over 20 years, each preceded by reports of the victim claiming to have seen someone who looked exactly like them. In each case, someone using the victim's identity had continued living their life for months afterward before vanishing, leaving confused friends and colleagues behind. But Eliza Kine, if that was even one of her names, had made a mistake with Rebecca. She had been spotted too early, had revealed herself before she was ready to complete her performance. The search for Eliza continued, but Mercer knew the woman was already becoming someone else, studying a new subject, preparing for a new role. As she closed the preliminary case file, she couldn't shake the image of Rebecca in that coffee shop, looking across at her own face, hearing those quiet words, "You're not supposed to be here." In the months that followed, Mercer found herself studying faces more carefully, wondering about the nature of identity, and occasionally, despite herself, looking over her shoulder for someone who walked like her, dressed like her, wore her face. The case remained officially open but growing colder by the day. Somewhere, Mercer knew, Eliza was watching someone new, learning their mannerisms, their history, their essence, preparing for her next performance. And somewhere, perhaps in another coffee shop with rain tapping against the windows, another woman was about to look up and see herself walking through the door. Story 9, she found it at a garage sale, a worn, leather-bound notebook with empty pages. But when she opened it, she saw her own handwriting, every page filled with her thoughts, fears, and secrets, things she had never written down. The small town of Millfield had always been quiet, the kind of place where the rustling of autumn leaves against sidewalks constituted the evening soundtrack, where street lamps cast pools of amber light that seemed to hold time suspended within them. Detective Sarah Mercer knew every corner of Millfield, had walked its streets since childhood, but even she couldn't anticipate the case that would come to haunt the edges of her consciousness. It began on a Tuesday in late October. The air held that particular crispness that signals winter's approach, carrying the scent of wood smoke and decay. Sarah was reviewing old case files, her pen making soft, scratching sounds against her notepad when the call came in. Eleanor Webb, 42, local librarian, had been found unconscious in her home. No signs of forced entry, no apparent injuries. Just a woman slumped over her desk, a leather-bound notebook open before her. By the time Sarah arrived at the modest craftsman-style home on Maple Street, paramedics had already transported Eleanor to Millfield General. Yellow police tape fluttered in the autumn breeze, an incongruous sight against the carefully tended mums that lined the walkway. Inside, the house was meticulously organized books arranged by author, kitchen spices in alphabetical order, framed photographs perfectly level on walls. Nothing suggested a struggle or disturbance of any kind. "What do we know?" Sarah asked Officer Miller, who stood by the desk where Eleanor had been found. "Not much," he replied, his voice low as if the house itself was listening. "Neighbor came by to borrow a cup of sugar. Door was unlocked. Found her just sitting here, unresponsive." Sarah's gaze drifted to the desk, a solid oak piece that looked like it had been passed down through generations. A half-empty cup of tea, a small desk lamp casting a warm circle of light, and the notebook still open, pages covered in flowing script. "Has anyone touched this?" Sarah asked, pointing to the notebook. "No, ma'am, everything's just as we found it." Sarah leaned closer, careful not to disturb anything. The handwriting was elegant, almost artistic in its precision. The first line on the open page read, "I know they're watching me. I can feel their eyes even now as I write these words." A chill traveled up Sarah's spine, raising goosebumps along her arms despite the warmth of the house. She carefully photographed the page before closing the notebook and placing it in an evidence bag. The leather cover was worn smooth in places, suggesting years of handling, yet Eleanor's friend Janet would later tell Sarah that Eleanor had only purchased it the previous weekend at a garage sale on Orchard Lane. At the hospital, Eleanor Webb remained unconscious. No drugs in her system, no signs of trauma. The doctors used words like unexplained neurological event and catatonic state of unknown origin. Sarah sat beside the hospital bed, studying the woman's peaceful face. Eleanor's breathing was steady, her heart rate normal. She simply wouldn't or couldn't wake up. "Has she had any visitors?" Sarah asked the nurse on duty. "Just her sister from Cincinnati, arrived about an hour ago." Sarah found Marion Webb in the hospital cafeteria, hands wrapped around a cup of coffee that had long gone cold. Unlike her sister, Marion was all sharp edges and nervous energy. "We weren't close," Marion admitted, her gaze fixed on the linoleum floor. "Hadn't spoken in nearly 2 years. Some silly argument about our mother's estate. Funny how trivial it seems now." "When was the last time you spoke with Elena?" "3 days ago she called me, which was unusual in itself. She sounded strange, said she'd found something that scared her, asked if I remembered our grandmother's stories." "What stories?" Sarah asked, the gentle scratch of her pen against paper the only sound between them for a moment. "Grandmother had all these superstitions, old country nonsense our mother called it. One was about objects that could, know things, read thoughts. She'd never allowed journals or diaries in the house. Said writing down your thoughts gave them power, made them vulnerable to being claimed." The notebook remained in the evidence locker at the Millfield police station that night as Sarah returned to Eleanor's home. The autumn darkness seemed to gather more thickly around the Craftsman house now, the shadows in its corners deeper somehow. Sarah moved through the rooms methodically, searching for anything that might explain Eleanor's condition. In the spare bedroom that Eleanor had converted to a home office, Sarah found a receipt from the garage sale dated the previous Saturday. Mrs. Abernathy, 1824 Orchard Lane. Below it, Eleanor had written a single question mark in red ink. Mrs. Abernathy was 86 years old, with papery skin and eyes that seemed to see beyond the physical world. Her living room was cluttered with a lifetime of collected objects, porcelain figurines, old books, photographs in tarnished silver frames. "Yes, I remember the notebook," she said, her voice surprisingly strong. "Been trying to sell it for years. No takers until your librarian came along, seemed drawn to it somehow." "Do you know where it came from originally?" Sarah asked. Mrs. Abernathy's hands trembled slightly as she poured tea into delicate cups that didn't quite match. "My late husband was an antique dealer, brought home all manner of things. That notebook came from an estate sale after a suicide, 1973, I believe, a writer who claimed her thoughts were being stolen." Sarah felt that same chill again, despite the warmth of the tea in her hands. "Did you ever write in it yourself?" "Heavens, no," Mrs. Abernathy said, her eyes widening. "Some things are best left untouched, detective. Some objects, they absorb the energy around them, become vessels for things we don't understand." That night, Sarah dreamed of the notebook. In her dream, its pages turned by themselves, revealing thoughts she'd never shared with anyone, her doubts about her recent promotion, her lingering grief over her father's death, her secret fear that she might never solve the one cold case that had defined her career. The following morning, she returned to the station early, before the day shift began. The evidence room was quiet, the fluorescent lights humming softly overhead. She signed out the notebook, carried it to her desk. For long minutes she simply stared at it, its worn leather cover innocent in appearance. When she finally opened it, the pages were filled with handwriting, but not Eleanor's elegant script. This was Sarah's own handwriting, slanted and practical. Page after page of her private thoughts, fears she'd shared with no one, observations she'd made but never voiced. October 15, the Henderson case is going nowhere. Chief thinks it's just a matter of time, but I know better. We've missed something fundamental. I can feel it. October 18, Dad would have been 70 today. I still reach for the phone sometimes, forgetting. Sarah's hand trembled as she turned the pages. There in her own handwriting were entries dated into the future, tomorrow, next week, next month. November 2, I've been avoiding the notebook, but it calls to me. The answers are here if I'm willing to see them. Behind her, the door to the station opened, the day shift arriving. With unsteady hands, Sarah closed the notebook, slid it back into its evidence bag. At the hospital, there was no change in Alina's condition. The doctors were considering transferring her to a facility better equipped for long-term care. Sarah stood at the window of Alina's room, watching the autumn rain trace patterns on the glass. "What did you see in those pages?" she whispered to the unconscious woman. "What thoughts did it take from you?" Sarah spent the next 3 days researching the notebook's history. The writer, who had committed suicide in 1973, Evelyn Moore, age 42, found with a leather-bound notebook clutched in her hands. Before her, a professor of linguistics who had suffered an unexplained neurological event in 1952, leaving him in a catatonic state until his death years later. A leather-bound notebook had been among his personal effects. The pattern stretched back further: a lawyer in 1934, a school teacher in 1917, all connected by the same leather-bound notebook, all either dead by suicide or lost in a catatonic state from which they never returned. On the 7th day after finding Alina, Sarah sat alone in her apartment, the evidence bag containing the notebook on her coffee table. Outside, wind rattled the bare branches of the maple tree against her window. The decision she faced seemed to hang in the air around her, as tangible as the scent of the coffee growing cold beside her. If the notebook could indeed capture thoughts, predict futures, perhaps it could also provide answers. Perhaps it could tell her why Alina Webb still lay unresponsive in a hospital bed. Perhaps it could finally help her solve the Henderson case that had haunted her for years. Sarah opened the evidence bag, removed the notebook. Its weight in her hands felt significant, as if it contained more than just paper and ink. When she opened it, the pages were blank again, waiting. She took a deep breath, picked up a pen, and began to write. 3 days later, Officer Miller found Detective Sarah Mercer slumped over her desk at the station, unresponsive, a leather-bound notebook open before her. The page displayed a single line in her neat, practical handwriting. "Some thoughts once known can never be unknown again." The notebook was logged into evidence once more. 2 weeks later, it disappeared. Some said it had been misplaced during a transfer. Others suggested someone had deliberately removed it. A few whispered that perhaps the notebook itself had simply moved on, seeking new thoughts, new minds to explore. In adjoining rooms at Millfield General, Alina Webb and Sarah Mercer continued to breathe, to exist, their minds forever elsewhere. Their bodies aged, their monitors beeped steadily, while the leather-bound notebook traveled from one garage sale to another, waiting for the next curious hand to open its seemingly empty pages. And somewhere in a place beyond physical reach, 2 women's thoughts continued to fill page after page, secrets and fears and hopes transcribed by an unseen hand, a record of minds that had looked too deeply into the unknown and found that the unknown was looking back. Story 10. The worn wooden plank gave a slight creak under Sarah's weight, a subtle shift that stirred her curiosity. Stooping down, she traced her fingertips along the edges, sensing the hidden void beneath the seemingly solid floor. With gentle precision, she lifted the boards, exposing a dark, narrow space that lay concealed beneath her new home. In the dim light, she discerned dusty corners and tangled cobwebs, but gradually her eyes adjusted, revealing more: a mattress, a solitary chair, and nestled in the shadows, a weathered notebook adorned with pages upon pages of a single name, her own name scribbled repetitively. Detective Morgan Reed observed from behind as Sarah peered into the abyss beneath the floor, a flicker of fear dancing in her gaze. It wasn't merely the discovery of a hidden chamber that unsettled Sarah. It was the invasion of her sanctuary, the breach of safety in her newfound haven. "Please refrain from disturbing anything further," Detective Reed's voice resonated, a blend of calm authority cutting through the tension. Clicking on her flashlight, she cast light upon the concealed space, unveiling walls plastered with surveillance photographs captured moments of Sarah's daily life, her routines, her interactions. A shrine of obsession concealed right beneath her very feet. Sarah had acquired the quaint cottage from the late Walter Green's estate, an elderly recluse who had passed away with no kin to claim his legacy. The property had stood deserted for months before Sarah's purchase, described in listings as quaint and ripe for minor refurbishments. No mention was made of the hidden secrets lurking within. "I never crossed paths with him, the former owner," Sarah murmured. "The neighbors mentioned his reclusive nature. I was told that basement had been sealed off long ago. The inspection report assured me of that." As the crime scene investigators arrived, their tools clattering against the wooden floorboards, they meticulously documented every detail, extracting the mattress, chair, and the haunting notebook from the clandestine chamber. Forensic analysis later unveiled a plethora of fingerprints, all belonging to Walter Green, scattered throughout the hidden space. What unsettled the investigators most was the timeline they unraveled. Through utility records and dated photographs found in the chamber, it became evident that Walter had been shadowing Sarah for a span of at least 3 years before his demise. He had woven himself into her world, a ghostly presence she had never sensed. "This fixation often escalates," the department psychologist remarked during a briefing. "From fantasy to meticulous planning, the hidden room suggests a chilling preparation for something far more sinister." Detective Reed's inquiries led her to an unexpected revelation during an interview with Walter's former colleague from the local shopping center's maintenance team. Fidgeting with his wedding band, the man disclosed Walter would speak of her at times, claimed she resembled someone he once knew. "I brushed it off as harmless ramblings of an infatuated old man." Did he ever allude to any intentions concerning her? Reed probed further. "Not explicitly, but he had this phrase he'd repeat. 'She belongs with me.' I assumed it was mere talk," the former coworker confessed, his gaze fixed on his trembling hands. Securing a warrant to delve into Walter's workplace locker, untouched since his passing, Detective Reed uncovered a key that unlocked a storage unit registered in his name. The metallic door groaned open, unveiling a meticulous replica of Sarah's former dwelling, her bed, her desk, her living room set meticulously recreated. A mannequin, adorned with a wig mirroring Sarah's tresses, sat at a replica desk, a haunting mimicry of her existence. Most chilling of all was a calendar marking a date mere days after Walter's sudden demise from a heart attack. A scarlet circle enveloped the date, with a solitary word etched across it: "Together." Delving into Walter's past, investigators unveiled his institutionalization in his youth, stemming from an all-consuming fixation on a female teacher. His medical records chronicled treatment for erotomania, a delusional belief in reciprocal love where none existed. Decades of uneventful existence shattered when Sarah unwittingly triggered his dormant obsessions. Spread across the precinct's conference table, crime scene photographs painted a harrowing narrative. In his final moments, he believed in a bond that never existed. In his eyes, they were fated to unite, Detective Reed reflected somberly. Could she have encountered him unknowingly, sparking this fixation? A fellow detective pondered. Reed shook her head solemnly. No traces we can unearth. Sometimes these obsessions take root in the smallest gestures. A fleeting smile, a lingering gaze. For someone with his history, that could be all it took. Opting to part ways with the once charming abode, Sarah sold the house, haunted by the shadows that lurked beneath its floors. During a final walkthrough with her realtor, she stood in the living room, arms wrapped around herself, reflecting. I can't help but wonder what might have unfolded if he had not met his end. How long would I have dwelled here, ignorant of his watchful eyes, oblivious to the secrets concealed beneath my very feet? With Walter's passing, the case was officially closed, labeled as stalking with intent to abduct, a plan that never came to fruition. Sarah relocated, reshaping her routines and guarding her privacy with newfound vigilance. Detective Reed silently monitored her from afar, a silent vow to safeguard a life that had teetered on the edge of peril. The cottage found new owners, a young couple oblivious to its hidden past. The concealed chamber was sealed, the floorboards replaced, life moving forward. Yet for those privy to the truth, the story of the room beneath the floorboards lingered as a haunting reminder of unseen threats, of monsters who evade justice, and of survivors who narrowly evade their fates. Story 11. The river flowed gently that morning, its surface a mirror reflecting the sky above. The fisherman's attention was drawn to a peculiar sight, an abandoned suitcase floating near the shore. Initially dismissing it as discarded clothes, he ventured closer, only to be met with a putrid odor that hung heavy in the air. The case was bound by chains, its metal edges corroded by time and exposure. When the authorities pried it open, they were met not by garments, but by a haunting discovery: locks of hair, fingers frozen in a silent grip. Nestled at the bottom was a chilling message, cryptic and unsettling. This isn't the first. Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, a handkerchief pressed to her nose as she took in the grim tableau before her. The victim, a woman in her 30s with dark hair and pallid skin, bore the marks of her watery grave. The medical examiner meticulously catalogued every detail, preserving the evidence of a life cut short. What struck Mercer was not just the brutality of the crime, but the meticulous care taken in presenting the victim: manicured nails, recently styled hair, adorned in upscale attire. She was not just discarded, Mercer mused, watching the river's gentle embrace against the muddy bank. She was arranged, deliberately displayed. The victim was identified as Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent renowned for her expertise in luxury properties. Divorced and childless, she led a solitary life in an affluent neighborhood. Colleagues painted a picture of a driven, detail-oriented professional who kept her personal life closely guarded. Her disappearance was reported by her assistant, who emphasized Catherine's unwavering dedication to a crucial client, showing a deal that promised her the largest commission of her career. A thorough search of Catherine's meticulously kept home revealed a stark contrast to the chaos of her demise. Every aspect of her living space exuded order and precision, from the designer furniture meticulously arranged to the labeled meal containers in her fridge. However, a single anomaly caught the investigators' attention: a slightly ajar drawer in her home office. Within it lay a leather-bound journal, its final entry hinting at a lurking menace. He's watching again. Same car, different plates. Examination of Catherine's digital footprint unveiled a trail of ominous messages from unknown sources, all echoing the same eerie refrain: I see your perfection. Each missive sent at precise intervals, a sinister pattern emerging from the shadows. Mercer connected the dots between these cryptic messages and the meticulous staging of the crime scene. Our perpetrator is methodical, she remarked to her partner. This is not a crime of passion, it's a carefully orchestrated ritual. A breakthrough in the case came from an unexpected source, a pawnshop owner who recognized Catherine's distinctive emerald necklace among his wares. The culprit turned out to be a familiar face, Michael Linden, an unassuming maintenance worker with a penchant for darkness. Surveillance footage depicted Linden's frequent visits to Catherine's building, his presence unnoticed among the bustling crowds. In his modest apartment, a trove of incriminating evidence awaited discovery: photographs of Catherine and other women, all sharing a similar appearance, all captured in unsuspecting moments. Among the macabre collection, Catherine stood as only one of Linden's victims. Concealed behind a false wall in his closet, a shrine to his victims was unearthed, personal mementos meticulously arranged, each item a macabre homage to lives snuffed out. The interrogation room turned frosty as Linden was brought in for questioning. His demeanor remained composed, his voice devoid of emotion as he confessed. They were flawed, they projected perfection, but I saw the truth. Catherine's desk drawer was never tidy, her lipstick always missed a spot, her perfection was a facade. The search for the other victims hinted at in Linden's note led investigators to remote locations where 2 more suitcases were recovered, each concealing a life abruptly extinguished. Linden's trial unfolded with a chilling narrative of obsession and violence. He had stalked his victims methodically, invading their privacy, learning their routines, and ultimately imposing his twisted vision of perfection upon them. The families of the deceased bore witness in stoic silence as the judge pronounced a sentence of life without parole for Linden. For Detective Mercer, the case was resolved, yet lingering questions lingered in the shadows. What inner demons drove Linden to seek out these particular women? What elusive flaw within himself did he seek to erase through his monstrous acts? As the river meandered onward, its waters cleansing all traces of the tragedy, Mercer's desk bore witness to the remnants of a dark saga, reminders that beneath the veneer of normalcy, darkness can lie in wait. Sometimes the most perilous predators are those who walk among us, their masks of civility concealing a chilling truth, a truth that may only be revealed in the flicker of a single flaw. Story 12. As she crossed the threshold, dust danced in the still air of the abandoned house, a place frozen in time. The walls shed their skin, the furniture draped in ghostly sheets. Each room she entered seemed to echo with whispers of the past, each step a journey into mystery. But the strangest part was the doors. No matter which one she opened, they all led back to the same parlor, like a cruel trick of fate. The only escape was the way she came, yet when she turned, the front door had vanished, leaving her trapped in this spectral labyrinth. Detective Sarah Lind found herself at the scene of a chilling discovery: the body of Morgan Pierce, seated in the parlor of the abandoned Victorian. The house, once a mere curiosity, now held secrets darker than the shadows that clung to its walls. Forensic technicians moved like specters through the dim rooms, unraveling the enigma that had gripped the town for years. The medical examiner's hushed voice revealed the grim truth: Morgan had been asphyxiated, her peaceful expression belying the horror of her final moments. No signs of struggle, no clues left behind, just a silent witness to a mystery that defied explanation. Questions hung in the air like cobwebs in the forgotten corners of the house. Who had found the body? What had drawn Morgan to this place of whispers and illusions? The answers lay buried in the shadows of the past, waiting to be uncovered. Morgan's research into architectural anomalies had led her to the Victorian, a place where reality seemed to warp and twist. Her journal spoke of strange phenomena, of doors that led to ever-changing rooms, of a house that held secrets too deep to fathom. But it was the discovery of rare alkaloids in her system that sent shivers down the spines of investigators. The whispers of shamanic rituals, of ancient powers at play, added a new layer of darkness to an already haunting tale. Messages deleted from Morgan's phone hinted at a connection to someone who shared her obsession with the house, someone who spoke of the building as if it were alive, as if it held the key to mysteries beyond comprehension. Adam Reeves, an expert in architectural history, emerged as a central figure in the unfolding drama, his knowledge of the house's secrets casting a long shadow over the investigation. But even Reeves, with his alibi and his scholarly demeanor, could not escape the web of intrigue that encircled the Victorian. The revelation of a family curse, of past deaths hidden in the shadows of history, added a new layer of horror to an already chilling tale. As investigators delved deeper, they uncovered a hidden chamber behind the parlor fireplace, a place of power and darkness where artifacts lay in silent judgment. The carving of a deity, worn smooth by the touch of generations, held the key to a truth too terrible to comprehend. And then, like a candle snuffed out in the night, Adam Reeves joined Morgan in death, his peaceful expression a mirror of her own. The key he clutched, a key that unlocked not doors but perception, whispered of secrets too dark to name. The house, condemned and shunned by the living, remained a place of mystery and fear, its walls echoing with the whispers of those who had passed beyond the veil. Rumors swirled like mist in the night, of lights seen in the windows, of voices carried on the wind. Some said the house claimed those who delved too deep, who sought to unravel its mysteries. Others whispered of powers older than time, of secrets that lay hidden in the spaces between worlds. The truth, like the house itself, remained elusive, a riddle without answer, a mystery without end. And as the shadows lengthened and the night drew close, the Victorian stood silent and watchful, a sentinel of secrets that would never be revealed. Story 13, the aged apartment exuded an aura of history and secrets, its time-worn heating system emitting eerie groans that reverberated through the walls, while the pipes rattled like a haunting melody, a familiar yet unsettling symphony of the past. She, the sole inhabitant, embraced the creaks and murmurs as part of the building's charm, until one night when a soft, spectral voice breached the veil of normalcy. It drifted through the vents, a mere whisper carried on the breath of the wind, calling her name with a haunting familiarity that sent shivers down her spine. Intrigued and unnerved, she leaned in closer, pressing her ear against the cold metal grate, her heart quickening its pace in anticipation. And then in a hushed tone, almost teasingly, the voice spoke again, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw, a figure of quiet strength and unwavering determination, found herself standing in the heart of the barren apartment, a scene cloaked in silence and mystery. Her gaze fixated on the rusted vent cover, forcibly removed from its place, a silent witness to the enigma that unfolded within these walls. Around her, the forensic team meticulously combed through the room, capturing every detail with their flashing cameras, preserving the enigma for scrutiny. The missing woman, Alina Reeves, had vanished without a trace, her absence unnoticed until the telltale scent of decay permeated the air. Officer Patel, his voice steady yet tinged with disbelief, recounted the victim's eerie complaints of voices echoing through the vents, dismissed as mere echoes of a dilapidated heating system by the building's management. Shaw, a seasoned observer of human nature and the hidden truths it conceals, knelt by the vent, her keen eyes tracing the jagged scratch marks that marred its edges. These were not the marks of tools, she noted quietly to herself, but rather the desperate clawing of fingernails, a futile attempt to break free from within. Alina Reeves, a beloved kindergarten teacher with a penchant for nurturing life, both in her students and her cherished houseplants, had left behind a void that echoed in the silence of her absence. Her sister, a beacon of sorrow and worry, shared fragments of Alina's descent into paranoia in the days leading to her disappearance. The whispers through the vents, the unseen eyes that watched her every move, the signs were there, woven into the fabric of her reality, dismissed as figments of a troubled mind. As Shaw delved deeper into the enigma that shrouded the apartment, she pieced together a tapestry of fear and obsession. The meticulously arranged bed, the forgotten coffee mug, the chair positioned beneath the vent like a sentinel all spoke of a presence unseen yet palpable, a watcher in the shadows. The forensic findings unveiled a chilling connection. Fibers from the victim's clothing entwined in the vent grating, a foreign fingerprint etched on the inside of the cover, a sinister puzzle taking shape before Shaw's eyes. The digital remnants recovered from Alina's phone painted a portrait of a woman teetering on the brink of a reality fractured by unseen forces. Shaw, alone in her car as rain drummed a melancholic rhythm on the roof, listened to the recordings in solitude. Alina's trembling voice, a plea for validation, echoed through the darkness, met only by the chilling response of an unseen presence, a whisper that promised both solace and dread. The history of the apartment building unfurled like a dark tapestry, revealing a pattern of tenants fleeing in fear, their voices drowned by the building's secrets. Harold Weber, the unassuming superintendent with a key to every door, emerged as a figure of suspicion, his calm facade faltering under Shaw's piercing gaze. The hidden access panel in Alina's bathroom, a gateway to a labyrinth of hidden passages, exposed a realm where shadows whispered and walls held secrets. A search of Weber's meticulously ordered apartment unearthed a trove of horrors, a digital archive of voyeurism and obsession. Audio recordings captured intimate moments, stolen glances, and the echo of a predator's fixation. Shaw, confronted with the depths of human depravity, felt a chill creep down her spine as she unraveled the threads of a twisted narrative spun in darkness. The trial that followed was a testament to the fragility of sanity and the depths of darkness that lurked within the human soul. Weber, a puppeteer of shadows, wove a web of delusions and whispered promises, his calm facade masking a mind consumed by the whispers of the past. The jury's swift verdict echoed through the courtroom, sealing Weber's fate as a harbinger of nightmares. Yet the echoes of the past refused to fade, lingering in the vacant halls of the apartment building like ghosts of a forgotten time. New residents, unaware of the shadows that danced in the vents, found themselves haunted by inexplicable sounds, whispers that defied the logic of the living. The building's ancient bones groaned, the pipes rattled, a symphony of secrets that whispered of a past best left undisturbed. And so the apartment building stood as a monument to the darkness that dwelled within its walls, a silent witness to the sins of the past and the whispers that lingered in the shadows. The legacy of Harold Weber, the phantom of the vents, lived on in the chilling drafts that carried voices in the night, a reminder that some secrets were never meant to be unearthed. Story 14, the hotel appeared worn, a relic of the past where guests rarely lingered. With a peculiar gaze, the clerk handed her the key, his words a hushed warning. "Just avoid the last door on the left," he murmured cryptically. Intrigued, she felt compelled by curiosity. That night in the dimly illuminated corridor, she halted before the door. The handle chilled her fingers, and as she leaned in, the door appeared unremarkable until she listened closely. A breath, faint yet distinct, exhaled from the other side. Detective Morgan Reed awoke groggily, slipping beneath the yellow tape marking the crime scene entrance. The metallic tang of blood assaulted her senses, a familiar scent. Stains tainted the carpet, a stark contrast to the untouched areas of the room. Amidst the pristine bathroom and undisturbed bed, a gruesome scene unfolded. A young woman lay lifeless, her golden locks splayed around her like a halo. Her vacant eyes stared upwards, frozen in an eternal gaze of shock or fear. Reed knelt beside the victim, mindful not to disrupt the evidence markers. "Third case this season," remarked the forensic expert, his tone dispassionate as he documented the crime scene. "Same modus operandi," Reed nodded solemnly. The victim's attire hinted at a life of luxury, a stark contrast to the motel's neglect. An open designer handbag sat on the bedside table, untouched. This was no robbery, a different motive lurked. The hotel manager lingered anxiously by the doorway, his complexion drained. "She arrived alone, paid in cash. I never imagined," his voice faltered. "She was found by the maid during her rounds." Reed surveyed the room, noting no signs of forced entry or struggle. The victim had either welcomed her assailant or knew them intimately. Back at the precinct, Reed pinned up photos on the board, a haunting repetition of 3 women, all bearing a striking resemblance, all discovered in rundown motels. Speculation swirled as the media hinted at a serial predator on the loose. "Autopsy results are in," announced Detective Hayes, dropping a file on Reed's desk. "Strangulation by manual force, no DNA under the victim's nails, no signs of sexual assault." Reed furrowed her brow. This was a crime of personal vendetta, not mere predation. Days blurred as the investigation delved deeper. Surveillance footage yielded no leads. The victim, identified as Elaine Werner, a meticulous financial analyst, had no known enemies. Her cautious nature contradicted her choice of lodging. A breakthrough came during an interview with Werner's sister. Trembling, she disclosed, Elaine mentioned a man from work, secretive, complicated, possibly married. Leaning forward, Reed inquired, "Did she mention a name?" "Just C," the sister whispered. The focus shifted to Werner's workplace. Colleagues portrayed her as reserved and professional, unaware of any romantic involvement. Yet a business card hidden in her desk calendar led to Charles Emerson, senior vice president. Emerson exuded composure during questioning, but a flicker in his eyes betrayed unease. "Did you have a personal relationship with Elaine Werner?" Reed asked casually. A fleeting expression crossed Emerson's face. Strictly professional. Forensics soon matched partial prints from Werner's belongings to Emerson. Confronted, he confessed, "We were involved, but it was over. She threatened to expose me to my wife. Enough to resort to murder," Reed pressed. Emerson's facade cracked. "I never visited that motel." Contradicting evidence emerged: a credit card transaction, incriminating fibers, and damning surveillance footage. Emerson meticulously selected women resembling his younger wife, luring them to specific motels, always occupying the room beside the last door on the left, equipped with hidden cameras. After recording their encounters, he returned to erase the evidence, the women themselves. In the interrogation room, Emerson's veneer crumbled. "They jeopardized everything," he confessed. "My reputation, marriage, life." The trial concluded swiftly, the families of the victims witnessing justice unfold. Emerson, devoid of remorse, received a life sentence. Locking eyes with Reed, he revealed a chilling emptiness, a void where compassion should reside. The media dubbed it the "door on the left" case, captivating psychologists and true crime aficionados. For Reed, the case lingered, a haunting reminder of the darkness within. Sometimes, wandering hotel corridors, she counted doors, pondering the secrets concealed behind them. In the evidence vault, 3 identical keys linger, silent witnesses to the irreversible consequences of open doors. Story 15. In the stillness of the night, a faint noise echoed through the empty corridors of a long-forgotten house. It was not the creaking of old floorboards or the rustling of the wind through cracked windows. No, this was different, a pocket dial, a connection to a world long gone, filled only with static and muffled sounds. The operator hesitated, almost dismissing it as a mere glitch in the system. But then a voice pierced through the interference, a woman, her words urgent and laced with fear. "He's here." He, and then silence engulfed the line, leaving behind a chilling void. The number traced back to an abandoned house, a relic frozen in time, its secrets buried deep within its walls. Detective Morgan Reed stood in the dimly lit kitchen, where the phone lay on the counter, its screen illuminating the dust that had settled like a shroud. Pressing the playback button, Morgan listened intently to the haunting whisper that had captured her attention. It was a voice from beyond, a voice that defied logic and reason. The woman on the other end belonged to the Sullivan family, who had long departed from this world, leaving behind only whispers of a tragedy that had torn them apart. As Morgan delved deeper into the mystery, she discovered that the phone belonged to Catherine Sullivan, a young woman who had met a tragic end 3 years prior. The pieces of the puzzle did not fit the call made from an empty house, the eerie resemblance of the voice to that of a deceased woman. The forensic team scoured the scene, searching for clues in the shadows of the past. But the house offered no answers, only more questions that lingered in the air like a ghostly presence. The recording, those 11 seconds frozen in time, became the focal point of their investigation. It was a thread connecting the present to the past, a whisper from the other side begging to be heard. Through interviews and painstaking research, Morgan unearthed a journal hidden among Catherine's belongings. Its pages spoke of a love turned sour, of a darkness that had crept into Catherine's life like a silent predator. Mark Jennings, Catherine's former boyfriend, became a person of interest, his alibi unraveling under the weight of suspicion. The journal's final entry, a cryptic message of impending doom, cast a shadow of doubt over his every word. As the truth slowly unraveled, a sinister plot emerged, a tale of manipulation, obsession, and ultimately murder. Mark's twisted games had led to Catherine's untimely demise, his desperate attempts to silence her echoing through the empty halls of the abandoned house. But justice, like a beacon in the night, shone through the darkness. Mark's web of deceit crumbled under the weight of evidence, revealing the true extent of his crimes. And as the phone from the abandoned house sat silent in the evidence locker, a reminder of the past that refused to be forgotten, the echoes of Catherine's voice lingered on, a testament to the resilience of those who refuse to be silenced, even in death. Story 16, The Enigmatic Cafe. The cafe held a silent allure, drawing him in day after day. His presence was as constant as the rising sun, his routine unchanging. The barista recognized his face, a familiar yet nameless figure in the sea of customers. But one fateful day he failed to materialize. His absence lingered like a shadow, casting a veil of mystery over his regular haunt. When the authorities investigated, they stumbled upon a curious discovery. Left behind on his customary seat was a solitary wallet holding a driver's license devoid of any identifying details, a void where a name should have been. Reviewing the surveillance footage, Detective Sarah Mercer was met with an enigma. The man, now dubbed John Doe, had entered the cafe, taken his seat, but never departed. As Mercer delved deeper into the perplexing case, she scrutinized the security footage, seeking answers in the mundane actions of the elusive John Doe. His movements appeared ordinary, almost inconspicuous until the moment he vanished into thin air, leaving behind a trail of bewilderment. The wallet, a lone artifact of his existence, unveiled no secrets. No names, no addresses, just blank spaces hinting at a hidden truth. The contents within only deepened the enigma, an untraceable maze of credit cards, cash, and a cryptic business card with a ghostly phone number. The cafe's barista, a silent observer to John Doe's silent presence, offered scant insights. His solitary figure, always engrossed in a mysterious notebook, divulged no clues to his enigmatic persona. The notebook itself, a cryptic collection of symbols and sketches, baffled even the most seasoned code breakers. As Mercer traversed the labyrinthine path of the investigation, peculiar anomalies began to surface. The security footage hinted at subtle distortions, glitches in time that whispered of unseen forces at play. A mirror, adorned with arcane symbols akin to those in John Doe's notebook, loomed over the caf, a silent sentinel guarding secrets untold. With each revelation, the line between reality and illusion blurred. Witnesses reported spectral sightings of John Doe, phantom reflections that defied logic. The mirror, a gateway to the unknown, held the key to a world beyond comprehension. A chance encounter with an elderly physicist unraveled the tangled web of mysteries. Margaret Keller shed light on John Doe's true identity, Daniel Weston, a brilliant mind lost to the realms of quantum experimentation. Weston's theories of parallel realities and interdimensional crossings painted a haunting portrait of his fate. In a final chilling revelation, Mercer glimpsed the impossible on the shattered remains of the mirror, a fractured reality where two versions of Daniel Weston coexisted, a testament to his audacious experiments. As the caf closed its doors for the last time, the mystery of the man who straddled worlds remained unsolved, a ghostly enigma etched in the annals of time. And so Detective Mercer retreated from the haunting echoes of the case, her own reality forever altered by the enigmatic tale of the man who slipped through the cracks of existence. As whispers of his spectral presence lingered in the wind, she found solace in the quiet hum of her pen scratching against the pages, a silent echo of a mystery never to be unraveled. Story 17. In the quiet town there stood a house at the edge of the woods, shrouded in mystery and silence. Its windows were dark, its porch worn with the passage of time. No one laid claim to it, no one remembered its origins. Whispers of its existence floated through the community, but no one dared to speak its name. Until one fateful day, a group of hikers ventured too close, drawn by an unseen force. As they neared, they noticed something peculiar, names etched into the wooden walls, carved deep like ancient secrets. At the very bottom, a new name gleamed fresh and untouched, a name unfamiliar to them all, and in a hushed voice one of them uttered, "That's mine." Under the cloak of night, a call pierced the stillness. Dispatch logged it as a routine trespassing incident, but what unfolded defied logic. Mason Wright, the leader of the group who discovered his name at the haunted house, recounted his eerie encounter. Responding officers expected a simple case of mischief, but what they stumbled upon was a chilling enigma. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as twilight descended, her flashlight casting eerie shadows on the weathered walls. The names, 27 in total, marched down the eastern facade, some faded by time, others sharp as freshly cut wounds. And at the end, Mason Wright, the letters still tinged with the scent of sawdust. "I've never set foot here before," Mason declared, his voice trembling in the frosty air. "How could my name be etched into this forsaken place?" The investigation unfurled like a sinister tale, delving into the backgrounds of each name on the wall. The findings sent shivers down the spines of the detective team. Every name belonged to a soul who had vanished while hiking alone over the past 40 years. Some cases had grown cold, while others simmered with unresolved questions. But the common thread was unsettling. Each disappearance had occurred in these very woods. Forensic experts meticulously cataloged each carving, noting the nuances of age, technique, and weathering. The earliest name, Rebecca Hansen, harked back to a mystery from decades past, a young woman who had ventured into the forest and never returned. As the pieces of this enigmatic puzzle fell into place, Detective Keller probed Mason's story, finding it devoid of connections to the other names. The focus then shifted to Mason's companions, unraveling cryptic clues hidden in photographs taken during their ill-fated hike. In a hidden corner of the desolate house's basement, a macabre revelation awaited. Personal effects of the missing hikers were meticulously arranged, each item bearing a name from the haunting list outside. Bloodstains, scrubbed but still visible under UV light, hinted at dark deeds. The scent of death lingered in the dense woods behind the house, where cadaver dogs sensed invisible shadows lurking. As the tendrils of the investigation tightened, Mason's sanity began to fray. He spoke of whispers in the night, phantom footprints, and silent watchers. The authorities placed a guard around him, but paranoia gnawed at his soul. A breakthrough emerged from dusty archives, revealing the house's former owner, Victor Blackwood, a recluse with a shadowed past. His journal, unearthed from a hidden cache, chronicled a descent into madness, a hunter turned predator, stalking the unwary hikers who crossed his path. The manhunt for Blackwood spanned jurisdictions, but the elusive figure remained a ghost in the woods. Mason withdrew into the shadows, his fate entwined with the chilling narrative unfolding. And then a grim twist of fate unraveled the lead forensic technician, marked as the next victim, vanished without a trace, leaving behind a cryptic message carved in fresh wood. The trap was set, the stage prepared for a final showdown. Surveillance cameras captured a spectral figure emerging from the forest, a specter of death and darkness. As the tactical teams closed in, the figure dissolved into the night, leaving behind only whispers of dread. The house, now a sentinel of unspeakable horror, stands cloaked in shadows, a dark monument to those who vanished without a trace. Mason and the missing technician slipped beyond the grasp of the living, leaving behind a legacy of fear and unanswered questions. The town whispers of their tragic fate, while the names on the wall linger as a spectral warning to all who dare to tread the haunted paths of the woods. And in the stillness of the night, the house stands silent, a sentinel to the mysteries that dwell within its walls, the names that no one dares to speak. Story 18. The old apartment held its secrets within its creaky pipes and groaning floorboards, but the new tenant, Sarah, sensed something more unsettling lurking within the familiar sounds of the building. Above her top-floor abode, she heard footsteps, steady, deliberate, echoing through the night like a haunting melody. One evening, driven by a mixture of fear and curiosity, Sarah tentatively tapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The footsteps ceased, swallowed by the silence that followed. Then, from within the very structure of the ceiling, a single knock reverberated back down to her. Sarah kept the strange incident to herself, attributing it to the settling of the old building, or perhaps a wayward creature seeking refuge in the attic. Night after night, the methodical footfalls persisted, tracing invisible paths across her ceiling in the cloak of darkness. She adjusted, drowning out the eerie echoes with blaring TV volumes and headphones, desperate to escape the phantom presence above. Detective Morris was drawn into the enigma of Sarah's apartment when a routine repair unearthed a hidden crawl space. Behind a section of drywall near Sarah's unit, a narrow passage materialized, defying the building's known layout. Illuminated by a flashlight, the clandestine chamber revealed evidence of an occupant, a blanket, food wrappers, water bottles, and a mysterious notebook. The police were summoned, and Detective Morris, accompanied by his partner Rivera, delved into the unsettling discovery. The maintenance worker, visibly shaken, repeated his ominous proclamation. Someone's been living in the walls, someone's been watching. The notebook, a chilling chronicle of Sarah's life, detailed her every move, her routines, visitors, meals, and habits. The writings grew increasingly erratic, interspersed with cryptic symbols and a disturbing declaration. The subject no longer responds to my signals. She has chosen to ignore me. No one ignores me. Forensic experts uncovered fingerprints in the hidden passages, belonging to an unknown entity with no record in any database. The intricate network of concealed tunnels within the building, some dating back decades, connected multiple apartments but converged at viewing points disguised within Sarah's living space. Interviews with current residents yielded no unusual accounts, but former tenants painted a chilling picture of feeling watched and hearing inexplicable noises. One previous occupant had fled after a mere fortnight, haunted by unnamed terrors but silenced by fear of being labeled paranoid. The puzzle unraveled when microscopic blood spatter in the crawl space led to a DNA match with a missing person, Martin Weaver, who had resided below Sarah. As Detective Morris revisited Martin's disappearance, a pattern emerged involving a reclusive tenant named Edward, who had a history of seeking solitude in top-floor apartments before vanishing without a trace. A search of Edward's remote property unearthed a trove of sinister artifacts, photographs, notes, and journals meticulously documenting the lives of unsuspecting residents. The cabin's walls bore witness to Edward's twisted obsession, encapsulated by maps of ventilation systems, detailed observations, and a corkboard adorned with missing persons reports. Behind the cabin, a macabre trail of graves led investigators to the heartbreaking truth of Edward's crimes. The remains of his victims, including Martin Weaver, came to light as a grim testament to his hidden reign of terror. Despite the closure brought by Edward's unmasking, the specter of Sarah's disappearance lingered, shrouded in unanswered questions and unspoken fears. The hunt for Edward, now identified as Edward Mercer, a renegade construction worker turned phantom observer, continued as a chilling reminder of the darkness that could lurk within the walls of even the most ordinary dwellings. As Detective Morris grappled with the shadows of the case, haunted by the thought of Sarah's silent ordeal, he found himself listening intently to the quiet of his own home, wondering if somewhere in the unseen spaces above, another unsuspecting soul might be waiting, listening, and watching. Story 19, the aged envelope with its yellowed edges, carried a fresh stamp, a recent journey through the mail. With cautious hands, the detective unfolded it, revealing a single sheet of paper. The message, hastily typed in an uneven font, read, "I am sorry for what I did." The paper felt damp, a faint scent of iron clinging to it. A reddish smear along the bottom edge caught their attention, not ink, but something more sinister. Detective Sarah Morgan, with practiced precision, placed the letter in an evidence bag, the touch of her gloved fingers deliberate. The forensics team confirmed her suspicions the stain was human blood, matching DNA from an unsolved homicide case that had haunted the department for years. The victim, Rebecca Warren, a young journalist, had been found in her apartment, a tragic scene of multiple stab wounds. Her laptop missing, notes scattered, hinting that her death was linked to a story she was pursuing. Despite exhaustive efforts, the case had gone cold until this eerie letter arrived at the homicide division, a cryptic message of remorse. The sender's gloves left only faint smudges on the paper, offering little in terms of identity. The postmark, however, provided a glimmer of hope after months of stagnation. Morgan gathered her team in the briefing room, the walls adorned with the fruitless fruits of past investigations. Pinning the letter's image at the center, she declared, "This changes everything. Our killer shows regret." Detective James Chen, her long-standing partner, eyed the letter thoughtfully. "Or perhaps it's a ruse, a calculated act to mislead us," he proposed. The unique typewriter impression patterns led the forensics team to a vintage model out of production for decades, a rare but not unattainable find. They scoured antique shops and collector circles for leads, breathing new life into the stagnant case. As they delved deeper into Rebecca's life, her dedication to uncovering corruption emerged. Her latest investigation involved a wealthy family entangled in local politics, a web of deceit and power struggles. Interviewing Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, revealed subtle shifts in his demeanor since the letter's arrival, evidence of concealed truths and unspoken fears. She feared she was being followed, Michael confessed, regret heavy in his voice. "I dismissed her concerns as paranoia. I should have listened." Just as the team pursued this new lead, a second letter appeared, bearing the same typewritten message in blood. This time, the confession hinted at dark family secrets, a sinister motive lurking beneath the surface. The trail led to the mansion of the deceased patriarch, where the eldest son, Richard, stood as a suspect with his collection of antique typewriters. His composed demeanor faltered under scrutiny, his explanations rehearsed and hollow. A breakthrough came with the discovery of custom stationary fibers on the envelopes, leading to the youngest daughter, Eleanor, and her revelation of Richard's manipulations. A hidden room in Richard's home unveiled a chilling tableau of obsession clippings, surveillance, and the incriminating typewriter. The blood analysis linked the letters to Rebecca, cementing the case against Richard. The unexpected link between Richard and Michael, exposed through financial records, painted a damning picture of conspiracy and betrayal. Confronted with the truth, Michael's confession shattered the facade of innocence. "I never intended for her to be harmed," he lamented, revealing a web of deceit woven with fatal consequences. Eleanor's secret recording captured the damning conversation, sealing Richard's fate. Arrested in a desperate attempt to flee, Richard maintained his innocence, a futile defense against overwhelming evidence. The trial unfolded, a mosaic of guilt and deception, culminating in a swift, guilty verdict. As Richard faced justice, Detective Morgan approached Rebecca's grieving parents, offering a bittersweet closure to their loss. The blood-stained letters, relics of a twisted confession, remained in evidence, a stark reminder that even the most meticulously planned crimes leave traces, and that remorse, whether genuine or feigned, can unravel the perfect crime. Rebecca Warren's case stood as a lesson in detective lore, a testament to the power of old secrets and the weight of a guilty conscience in the pursuit of justice. Story 20. The ancient box lay buried beneath layers of forgotten relics in the attic, hidden from the world for decades. Among the dusty Polaroids of joyful celebrations, one photo stood out, a snapshot that sent shivers down Rebecca's spine. It depicted a family not her own, seated in her living room, unaware of the sinister figure lurking in the shadows behind them. As she descended the creaking stairs, the weight of the eerie discovery bore down on her. The house, once vast and empty, now felt oppressive, suffocating even. Placing the photograph under the harsh glare of the kitchen light, Rebecca couldn't deny the uncanny resemblance between her home and the strangers captured in the image. Enter Detective Morgan, a seasoned investigator with a weathered exterior that concealed a sharp mind. With a keen eye, he delved into the mystery, tracing the lineage of previous occupants back through time. Each family that had resided in the house before her had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and lingering dread. The breakthrough came when a former mail carrier identified the family in the photo as the enigmatic Sutherlands, who had disappeared years ago without a word to anyone. Forensic analysis of the photograph revealed chilling details: a ghostly figure in the hallway, watching with an intensity that sent chills down the spine. The investigation led to a macabre discovery beneath the house, an underground chamber holding the remains of all the missing families, perfectly preserved in the dark earth. Among the relics was a camera, the same one used to capture the haunting images found in the hidden crawl space of the attic. As Rebecca sought refuge in a hotel under police protection, a mysterious phone call shattered the silence of the night, signaling that the dark forces at play were far from finished. The truth remained elusive: the specter of Samuel Whitfield, a long-dead architect with a sinister legacy, haunting the shadows of the empty house. To this day, the mystery endures, the house standing as a silent sentinel to the horrors that unfolded within its walls. The whispers of new families, new homes, and new watchers in the shadows linger in the air, a reminder that some secrets are best left undisturbed, lest they awaken a darkness that hungers for more than mere photographs. Story 21. In the quiet suburban neighborhood, a mysterious key arrived in the mail, setting off a chain of events that would unravel a chilling tale. Sarah Miller, a retired teacher, found the brass key wrapped in a plain envelope with no return address. It felt oddly familiar, yet she couldn't place it. When she tried it in all her locks, none turned a key without a home. But when she placed it on her coffee table, the broken grandfather clock let out a hollow chime, a sound echoing from years past. Sarah reported the strange incident to authorities, a simple key leading to a complex web of darkness. Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator, sensed there was more to this key than met the eye. Background checks on Sarah revealed nothing suspicious, just an ordinary woman caught in an unsettling situation. Forensic analysis yielded no clues except Sarah's prints on the key. The brass key, worn with time, held secrets that eluded the investigators until a breakthrough emerged from the shadows of a cold case. The key's unique pattern matched one from a storage unit where horrors had been hidden: blood, tools, and images of women, some unidentified, some missing. As the investigation deepened, Sarah's unease grew, leading her to fortify her home against an unseen threat. The key, a sinister link to a past crime, haunted her days and nights. Detective Harmon followed the twisted trail, uncovering a connection to Harold Jenkins, a man who had once lived nearby, now vanished without a trace. Jenkins, the elusive figure at the heart of the darkness, remained a ghost in the digital world, leaving no breadcrumbs for investigators to follow. But the truth lurked beneath the surface, hidden in a cabin that held a macabre secret, a room filled with brass keys, each a grim marker of lives lost. The manhunt for Jenkins intensified as the community reeled from the revelation of his atrocities. The press dubbed him the Keymaster, a name that struck fear into the hearts of all who heard it. The hunt led to a remote wilderness where Jenkins made his final stand, choosing death over capture. In the aftermath, a journal revealed the depth of Jenkins' depravity, a twisted obsession that had fixated on Sarah. The keys, a silent testament to his crimes, unlocked a truth too horrifying to comprehend. Families finally had closure, but the scars of Jenkins' actions would never fade. Sarah, forever changed by the darkness that had brushed against her life, found solace in knowing the truth. The grandfather clock, once a harbinger of mystery, now stood as a reminder of the evil that had lurked in plain sight. And as the keys sat in the evidence locker, they whispered a haunting truth, a reminder that sometimes the most ordinary facades hide the darkest of secrets. Story 22. The old Polaroid held secrets of a forgotten time, capturing smiles and flickering candles in a snapshot frozen in the past. But when the daughter inherited the box of memories, a chilling discovery awaited her. Among the familiar faces, there lurked a presence unnoticed, a man lurking in the shadows, edging closer with each passing photo. Sarah Winters stumbled upon the collection while sorting through her mother's attic after the funeral. The box labeled Memories seemed like a treasure trove of happiness at first glance, but it quickly turned into the beginning of a haunting mystery. The first photo revealed a faint silhouette on the edge, a dark figure standing outside during a long-gone birthday party. In the subsequent pictures, he crept closer, his presence ominous yet unnoticed by those captured in the frame. Seeking answers, Sarah reached out to her father, whose initial disbelief turned into a shaken realization as he viewed the eerie images. Detective Marcus Reed entered the scene, his weathered hands carefully examining each photo under the dim light of the precinct. Rain tapped against the windows, adding to the mysterious ambience as the detective delved into the enigma before him. As Sarah laid out the progression of photos, a sense of unease settled in the room. The figure's deliberate movements through the captured moments hinted at a sinister purpose, a lurking threat that had evaded notice for far too long. Despite efforts to uncover his identity, the man remained a ghostly enigma, strategically hidden yet hauntingly present in every frame. Further investigation uncovered a chilling connection to Robert Keller, a long-missing maintenance worker tied to unsolved child abductions from decades past. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place as dental records and enhanced images revealed the truth behind the shadowy figure haunting Sarah's family photos. Keller's dark past intertwined with the gatherings of innocent families, leaving a trail of devastation in his wake. The discovery of remains near one of the vacation properties brought a grim sense of closure, confirming the horrors hinted at in the faded photographs. As Sarah sat alone, staring at the final birthday photo, she realized the depth of the darkness that had lurked behind the facade of celebration. The man in the shadows had been a harbinger of tragedy, his presence a chilling reminder of the hidden dangers that can exist within seemingly joyful moments. Gathering the photos, Sarah understood their newfound significance as evidence of a past riddled with unspeakable crimes. The hidden figures captured in the frames served as a stark reminder that sometimes the most sinister threats are those unseen by the naked eye phantoms moving through time, leaving only traces of their malevolent presence behind. And as justice shed light on the shadows of the past, the families affected found a bittersweet sense of closure, their long-held questions finally answered, though the answers brought little solace. Story 23, The Enigmatic Manor. The new owners brushed off the peculiar crackling of the old intercom as just a quirky feature of the Victorian manor they now called home. Nestled among ancient oak trees, the house exuded an air of mystery, with its weathered exterior concealing a modern interior. Daniel and Meredith Parker had been drawn to the property not just for its charm, but also for the vintage intercom system that connected all the rooms, a relic of a bygone era. One fateful night, curiosity got the best of Daniel as he pressed the button on the intercom, triggering a whisper that crackled through the speaker, asking, "Why did you come back?" Startled, he recoiled, his hands trembling. His wife, standing behind him, denied ever uttering those words, adding to the eerie ambience that surrounded them. Detective Sarah Reeves, responding to a call about a possible break-in, arrived at the manor to find a sense of unease lingering in the air. Daniel, looking visibly shaken, recounted the strange occurrences with the intercom, a progression from static to whispers to full sentences that both he and Meredith experienced. The discovery of a hidden journal behind a wall only deepened the mystery, shedding light on the tragic tale of Alina and Vincent Blackwood, the previous owners of the house. Alina's journal entries hinted at her growing fear of Vincent, suspecting his intentions to harm her. The final entry, dated 3 decades ago, marked a sudden silence that ended with the grim discovery of Alina's remains buried beneath the garden shed. Vincent's dark secret unraveled as forensic evidence pointed to his guilt, revealing a chilling tale of deception and murder. Vincent's confession painted a chilling picture of a man driven to silence his wife's constant presence, even going to great lengths to fabricate her disappearance. The trial concluded swiftly with Vincent pleading guilty to the crime, his calculated actions condemning him in the eyes of the law. As Daniel and Meredith bid farewell to the manor, unable to shake off the shadows of its past, they held a poignant memorial for Alina in the restored garden. The removal of the intercom system by the subsequent owners marked the end of its haunting whispers, though echoes of the past lingered among the workers who heard static during its dismantling. Detective Reeves, reflecting on the case known as the House That Answered Back, revisited the files one last time, acknowledging how the house itself seemed to reveal its secrets across time. Driving past the manor on occasion, she would slow down, attuned to the whispers carried on the breeze, a reminder of the lingering presence of Alina's voice seeking justice and closure. Story 24. She cleared the mist from the mirror, gazing at her reflection. Yet something felt amiss. Her features appeared normal, her attire unchanged. But the longer she peered, the more a sense of unease crept in. A flicker caught in her peripheral vision, a movement not of her own making. When she turned away, her reflection remained motionless, observing. Thus began the enigmatic saga of Rebecca Thorne, initiated by that eerie occurrence in her bathroom. What unfolded would baffle investigators and linger in the collective memory of a neighborhood for years to come. Rebecca resided solo in a modest flat nestled in a tranquil suburban enclave. Known to acquaintances as methodical and introverted, she maintained a polite distance while being amiable with neighbors. Her occupation as a data analyst for a medium-sized firm dictated a life of routines and exactitude. Nothing about her demeanor hinted at her eventual role as the focal point of one of the most enigmatic criminal inquiries of the era. The initial signs were subtle. Objects within her dwelling seemed displaced, no items missing, just rearranged. A cup shifted to a different shelf, books rearranged on the shelves, her toothbrush relocated across the sink. Initially attributing these anomalies to fatigue-induced absent-mindedness from hours spent scrutinizing spreadsheets under harsh lights, Rebecca paid little heed. Detective Marion Shaw received the first complaint when Rebecca, after enduring weeks of these disturbances, finally reached out to the authorities. The initial assessment leaned towards mental health concerns rather than criminal activity, as no tangible evidence of wrongdoing surfaced. Shaw noted the report but consigned it to the pile of non-pressing cases. No concrete proof, Shaw later recounted. No signs of forced entry, no missing items, just a woman sensing a disturbance in her abode. The pivotal moment arrived with the bathroom mirror incident. During her subsequent interaction with law enforcement, Rebecca recounted in vivid detail how her reflection seemed to move independently, how she felt under surveillance even in solitude. This time she presented proof, footage from a security camera she had installed, aimed at her front entrance. The recording unveiled a revelation that sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned officers. The grainy video depicted Rebecca departing for work in the morning. Yet, 20 minutes later, an exact replica of Rebecca used a key to enter the apartment. Forensic analysts scrutinized the footage for signs of tampering or digital manipulation, finding none. The individual entering mimicked Rebecca's movements, attire, and even carried her distinctive leather bag. However, time-stamped footage from her workplace security system confirmed that Rebecca had already swiped into her office building miles away. "We're facing a doppelganger scenario," Detective Shaw informed her superiors. "Someone who has meticulously studied Ms. Thorne and can replicate her with eerie precision." The investigation escalated. Fingerprints throughout the apartment exclusively matched Rebecca's. No foreign DNA was unearthed. Neighbors reported routine sightings of Rebecca, nothing out of the ordinary. One neighbor, Mrs. Keller, recounted a peculiar encounter where she greeted Rebecca upon her return home, receiving no response, a deviation from her usual behavior but not alarming. Rebecca commenced documenting these disruptions in a journal. Minor alterations in her living space escalated. Food vanished from her fridge without recollection of consumption. Her computer displayed searches she hadn't initiated. Most disconcerting were the photographs on her phone, selfies resembling her, yet she had no memory of capturing them. In some images, her countenance seemed slightly askew, the smile too wide, the gaze too intense. "I feel as though I'm descending into madness," she confided to Detective Shaw during their third meeting. "Or perhaps someone is orchestrating this descent for me." The breakthrough emerged when investigators discerned a pattern in the security footage. The doppelganger only infiltrated when Rebecca departed for specific commitments: therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday morning grocery runs, pre-planned activities with predictable durations. "Someone is intimately acquainted with your routine," Shaw elucidated. "This isn't random. This is a calculated surveillance and infiltration." A forensic psychologist posited that they were confronting a fixation case, a person fixated on assuming Rebecca's identity, perhaps with the intent to supplant her entirely. Such occurrences were infrequent but documented in psychological archives. The culprit typically underwent a psychological rupture, fixating on a target symbolizing attributes they desired: stability, beauty, success, normalcy. The inquiry narrowed when Rebecca mentioned a former coworker, Lily Winters, dismissed for escalating erratic conduct. Lily had closely collaborated with Rebecca, often remarking on their similarities. Post-dismissal, Lily sent Rebecca a series of unsettling emails, one stating, "We could be interchangeable. Sometimes I feel more like you than you do." Detective Shaw secured a warrant to probe Lily's residence. What they uncovered transformed the case from unsettling to horrifying. One chamber in Lily's abode had been transformed into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom. Walls adorned with photographs, countless snapshots of Rebecca entering her flat, shopping, socializing, all captured without her knowledge. A wardrobe contained exact replicas of Rebecca's attire. Makeup matching Rebecca's preferred brands lay on a vanity, beside meticulous notes on her mannerisms, speech patterns, and daily routines. Most incriminating were the practice recordings. Lily had documented herself mimicking Rebecca's gait, gestures, expressions. The evolution was evident: initial attempts clumsy and overt, later endeavors nearly indistinguishable from the authentic Rebecca. "She aspired to embody me," Rebecca murmured upon viewing the evidence. "She wasn't merely imitating me. She was erasing me." Forensic experts uncovered sophisticated equipment for key replication and electronic access card duplication. Lily had devised an intricate system to monitor Rebecca's movements, including a calendar predicting her schedule in detail. Yet Lily's ultimate objective remained elusive. Journals recovered from her abode contained cryptic entries vacillating between first and third person, occasionally referring to Rebecca as me and her in the same passage. The final entry sent shivers down the investigators' spines. Soon, only one of us will remain, the stronger version. Upon authorities moving to detain Lily, she had vanished. Her residence exhibited signs of abrupt departure, drawers ajar, certain technology absent. A nationwide alert ensued. Rebecca entered protective custody, relocated to a secure site under constant surveillance. For 3 weeks, authorities monitored every locale linked to her former life. Lily remained elusive. The case took a chilling twist when a security officer at Rebecca's prior workplace reported an anomaly. Rebecca was sighted entering the building despite being on leave. Surveillance footage confirmed that a figure identical to Rebecca accessed the premises using a valid ID card, proceeded to her former workstation, and spent 40 minutes perusing her files before exiting. Meanwhile, the real Rebecca remained in seclusion at a safe-guarded retreat, incapable of being present at the office. The truth emerged. Lily hadn't fled, she had made her move. Living as Rebecca, she seamlessly assumed her life while the genuine Rebecca remained concealed. The case remains unresolved. Lily Winters eluded capture. Rebecca Thorne refrained from returning to her former existence, opting to forge a new identity in an undisclosed setting. Detective Shaw preserves a photograph on her desk, 2 women strikingly similar in appearance. One is Rebecca Thorne, the other is Lily Winters. Occasionally, she scrutinizes their features, seeking disparities, the subtle cues that would set one apart from the other. The most chilling aspect, Shaw imparts to new recruits, is not merely resembling or sounding alike someone else. It's the fervor to become that individual to the extent of erasing oneself in the process. Identity transcends our outward persona, it's our most safeguarded possession, and at times its worth is only realized when someone endeavors to snatch it away. Story 25. The aging library marked for destruction stood silent and solemn as the workers toiled to bring it down. Just as they neared the final stages, a momentous discovery halted their progress. A worker, lost in the rhythm of dismantling bookshelves, stumbled upon a hidden latch. With a gentle click, the shelf swung open, revealing a secret passage leading to a concealed chamber. The air within was heavy, thick with the weight of time, undisturbed for decades. No furniture adorned the room except for a solitary chair at its center, bolted firmly to the floor. And etched repeatedly on the wall, a haunting message echoed through the dim space: "I am still here." The construction foreman, sensing unease creeping in, swiftly contacted the authorities. What had begun as a routine demolition swiftly morphed into a mystery of chilling proportions. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned investigator with 2 decades of experience, entered the scene. His flashlight pierced the darkness, casting eerie shadows on the walls covered with the cryptic message. "Secure the area," Walsh commanded the officers, his voice reverberating in the confined room. "No one disturbs a thing until forensics arrives." The library's history whispered tales of intrigue. Once privately owned by the Harrington family, a clan of esteemed figures in the community, the building had been donated to the public after the baffling disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. Vanishing during her final year of college, she left behind no trace except for her abandoned car near the woods. Despite extensive searches and inquiries, the case grew cold, shrouded in mystery. The prevailing notion suggested she had fled to forge a new life, a theory her family vehemently rejected, convinced of a darker fate. As forensic experts meticulously combed through the hidden chamber, they unearthed hair and fiber samples embedded in the chair. The scratches on the walls hinted at a struggle, with traces of blood and skin cells beneath the layers of neglect. Initial analysis hinted at the presence of a young female. This chair was meant to confine someone, the forensic analyst remarked, pointing to the aged leather straps and bolt holes. Whoever was held here fought fiercely. Walsh, his curiosity piqued, delved deeper into the Harrington family's past. The timing of the library's donation after Rebecca's disappearance gnawed at him, a peculiar coincidence now laden with significance. Further probing unearthed a disturbing detail. The bookshelf concealing the hidden room had been installed by a contractor exclusively hired by Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the family's patriarch. Financial records revealed suspiciously hefty payments to the contractor, surpassing standard renovation costs. Former library staff interviewed in the wake of the revelation expressed shock at the hidden chamber's existence. None had been privy to its secrets, save for an elderly librarian who recalled Maxwell's solitary visits to that section of the library after hours. She assumed his presence there was merely that of an ardent reader seeking seclusion. Maxwell always insisted that particular section remain untouched during renovations, she recounted to the investigators. He claimed the original woodwork held historical significance and was irreplaceable. The investigation took a grim turn when DNA analysis confirmed the genetic material in the hidden room matched samples from Rebecca's possessions. The timeline sharpened, painting a disturbing portrait. Rebecca had not fled, she had been held captive behind that bookshelf, potentially by a member of her own family. Armed with a warrant, detectives scoured the Harrington estate. In Maxwell's study, they unearthed a leather-bound journal secreted in a concealed compartment. Its pages chronicled an unhealthy fixation on his niece, culminating in a chilling final entry. She threatened to expose everything. I couldn't allow that. The room will keep her until she understands. Locating Maxwell in a coastal retirement enclave, investigators confronted him. Initially composed, he refuted any knowledge of the hidden room, dismissing it as a mere architectural quirk. However, faced with the damning evidence, his veneer crumbled. She was a threat to everything, he finally confessed, his tone devoid of emotion. Rebecca uncovered documents proving my embezzlement from the family foundation. The family's reputation was paramount. I couldn't let her ruin it. Maxwell's admission unfurled a nightmarish tapestry. He had lured Rebecca to the library, restrained her, and confined her to the hidden chamber, intending to keep her there until she relented. But in a tragic twist, as she attempted to break free during one of his visits, he inadvertently ended her life. I panicked, Maxwell declared in his recorded confession. I buried her beneath the chamber's floor and sealed it off. Then I donated the building to ensure that section remained untouched. Ground-penetrating radar confirmed the presence of human remains below the hidden room's floor. Excavation unveiled Rebecca's skeletal remains, adorned with the silver bracelet gifted by her parents on her 20th birthday. The Harrington family stood witness to Maxwell's sentencing, solemnly watching as justice finally caught up with the perpetrator. Rebecca's mother clutched the bracelet, a poignant memento of her lost daughter, the only tangible piece they could lay to rest. The library's demolition came to an abrupt halt, transforming into a site of remembrance and contemplation. Community members offered floral tributes at its entrance, honoring a life snuffed out prematurely and a truth concealed behind a bookshelf yearning to be uncovered. In a melancholic twist of fate, Rebecca's poignant message, "I am still here," etched pleadingly on the walls, ensured her memory endured, and justice, though belated, found its way into the light. Story 26. In the dim light of the attic, they stumbled upon it hidden beneath a worn blanket, a porcelain doll of delicate beauty, its ancient blue eyes staring out, unwavering. Sarah and Michael, a young couple captivated by the allure of the Victorian house they had purchased at auction, shared a chuckle at the discovery, dismissing it as just another forgotten relic of the past. But as night settled around them, a strange sensation crept into the air, a heaviness that lingered. The silence seemed to stretch endlessly, and when morning dawned, the doll was no longer in the attic. It now sat silently at the foot of their bed, a silent sentry watching over them. The house bore a mysterious charm, its ornate woodwork whispering of tales untold, drawing the couple in despite whispers of a troubled history. Detective Rachel Winters was called to the scene a crisp autumn morning tainted by the discovery of a ghastly crime. The female victim posed in a chillingly unnatural manner in the master bedroom, her eyes wide with fear, while her male counterpart, found in the hallway, seemed frozen in a desperate attempt to flee. Detective Winters, her voice barely above a whisper, meticulously documented the scene, noting the deliberate positioning that seemed to echo that of a doll plucked from its display case. The investigation unfolded like a slow, unraveling mystery, each piece of evidence adding to the growing unease that permeated the house. Whispers of shadows dancing behind curtains and ghostly laughter in the dead of night haunted the interviews with neighbors. The forensic team's discoveries only deepened the enigma. Traces of antique fabrics, like those used in doll clothing, woven into the very fibers of the house. Yet no traces of an intruder, no fingerprints, no DNA beyond that of the victims. The threads of the investigation led back through the house's history, revealing a chilling pattern of past owners meeting mysterious fates within its walls. A newspaper clipping unveiled a tragic tale of a doll maker and his daughter, shrouded in suspicion and tragedy. The final creation, the eerie doll that now plagued Sarah and Michael, was missing from the inventory. As Detective Winters delved into the dark secrets of the past, a chilling truth emerged. Each victim had tampered with the attic space, unknowingly disturbing a dormant force. Old photographs hinted at the doll's malevolent presence, its likeness captured in eerie detail, seemingly moving between frames. Infrared scans unveiled a ghostly trail of tiny handprints leading from the attic to the master bedroom, a spectral echo of a sinister force at play. A distant relative of the doll maker whispered of forbidden rituals and bound spirits, hinting at the doll's unholy origins. The case reached a dead end, the truth slipping through their fingers like smoke. Detective Winters, haunted by the inexplicable events, kept the doll as evidence, a relic of a malevolent force that defied reason. But one morning the doll vanished, leaving behind a perplexing void. The house changed hands once more, its dark past casting a shadow over its grandeur. The new owners found the attic bare, save for a single tattered blanket, a silent testament to the mysteries that lingered. The doll remained elusive, its presence a whispered legend within the precinct. Detective Winters, burdened by the weight of the unsolved case, retired early, carrying with her a locked secret, an envelope containing a photograph that held the key to the doll's origins. As the new owners embraced the eerie tranquility of the untouched attic, whispers of spectral laughter and fleeting shadows danced through the night, a reminder of the dark legacy that lingered within the walls. Story 27, the apartment had sat silent and empty for countless moons before the new tenants stepped across its threshold. Their expectations were modest, mere remnants of dust and perhaps a scattering of forgotten furniture. Yet one door stood stubbornly closed, its secrets hidden behind an impenetrable lock. The closet, a sanctuary for mysteries, refused to yield to their gentle persuasions. And when the landlord's resolve finally forced the door ajar, a chilling revelation awaited them. Etched upon the walls were scars of desperation deep, uneven lines carved by unseen hands yearning for freedom. And nestled in the shadowed corner, an ancient flip phone lay dormant, its battery a relic of the past, save for one haunting message that flickered on the screen, unread and ominous. Detective Morgan Shaw, a seasoned seeker of truths veiled in shadows, felt a shiver dance down her spine as she gazed upon the scene before her. It was not the specter of blood or the spectacles of violence that unnerved her, but the silent screams echoed in those jagged marks, a testament to someone's harrowing struggle for survival within that confined space. "We need forensics here post-haste," she murmured to her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently captured the haunting evidence with his camera, "and procure for me the records of the previous tenants." The enigmatic message on the phone whispered cryptically, "I know what you did." The landlord, a man of nervous disposition with perpetually clammy hands, recounted a tale of the former tenant's sudden departure, leaving behind unpaid rent. A young woman kept to herself. "Left without so much as a whisper 6 moons past," he stuttered, his gaze darting away from the closet's gaping maw. "Never stirred up trouble." Forensics unfurled a tapestry of hidden truths. Within the scratches on the walls, traces of blood intermingled with the echoes of a solitary soul. Most samples aligned with a single being, likely the missing tenant, Emma Caldwell, aged 28, reported absent when her presence vanished from the world. Yet amidst the familiar strands of DNA, 2 anomalies emerged. One remained a phantom in the annals of identification, while the other belonged to a man who had supposedly met his demise 2 cycles of seasons ago. "This cannot be right," Shaw mused, her gaze fixed on the perplexing findings. Derek Mercer, a figure of the past marked by a history of violence, had been declared deceased in a tragic accident, his identity confirmed by dental records. Yet his essence lingered fresh upon the walls of the closet, a ghostly presence defying the laws of time. Emma's abode spoke volumes of a life abruptly halted, unopened mail, a forsaken mug in the sink, a bed dutifully made. Her digital footprints revealed a narrative of connections severed, a sister's voice silenced by the void left in her absence, and a symphony of unanswered calls from an unknown specter in the days leading to her vanishing. The sister spoke of a mysterious paramour, Officer Reed relayed, a figure shrouded in intensity and secrecy. Surveillance footage painted a shadowed tableau, a nocturnal arrival. Emma's solitary figure followed by a phantom cloaked in anonymity, a guardian of secrets concealed behind a veil of anonymity. The puzzle pieces clicked into place as Shaw delved deeper, unraveling a tapestry of intertwined fates. A missing woman, Lynette Porter, woven into the fabric of Emma's enigma, her threads lost to the winds of time. Neighbors whispered of her visits to Emma's realm, a connection forged in shadows. A trail of breadcrumbs led to a secluded estate bearing the mark of Mercer's lineage, where the echoes of captivity whispered through the heavy doors of the basement. There, Lynette Porter languished in the grip of deprivation, a spectral echo of Emma's plight, her eyes hollow, haunted by the torment inflicted upon her. "He forced me to witness," she murmured, her voice a fragile thread in the tapestry of silence, "to learn the fate of those who dared to flee." The evidence mounted, a damning testament to Mercer's twisted obsession with domination, a gallery of captured souls, photographs capturing the essence of Emma and Lynette, and most chillingly, recordings of Emma's final moments as she was coerced into the confines of the closet. "She believed she could expose me," his voice echoed through the darkness of the recording. "Reveal our truth to the world, but no one betrays my secrets." The pursuit of Derek Mercer spanned realms of jurisdiction, a manhunt fueled by the dread of what lurked beneath his placid facade. As the net closed in around him at a bus terminal, Mercer clutched a new identity and a ticket to a distant shore, his possessions hinting at a sinister purpose: a roll of tape, a blade honed for hunting, and a newspaper clipping chronicling Emma's fate. In the hushed chamber of interrogation, Mercer's demeanor remained unruffled, a calm facade masking the tempest within. "She authored that message herself," he intoned, his words a veil of deceit, a plea for salvation unworthy of rescue. The trial unfurled the elaborate tapestry of Mercer's deception, a charade orchestrated to vanish into the shadows, preying upon souls who mirrored his first victim. Emma's body remained a specter of the past, lost to the confines of that unyielding closet, her desperate cries silenced by walls that held no mercy. The message on the phone stood as her final testament, a silent accusation penned in the fading light of a dying battery, a beacon of truth in a realm of shadows. The jury's deliberations were swift, a verdict of guilt echoing through the chamber as Mercer's private logic found its denouement in the judgment rendered. A sentence of eternal captivity, devoid of reprieve, sealed his fate as he bore witness to the unraveling of his carefully constructed facade. At the sentencing, Lynette Porter's voice rang clear in the hushed courtroom. "He ensnared us in chambers of darkness, for his mind dwells in shadows. But as he rots in his confines, I shall bask in the light." The echoes of the case reverberated through the corridors of justice, reshaping the protocols of missing persons investigations, a testament to the resilience born from the shadows of despair. Detective Shaw mounted the door from Emma's abode upon her office wall, a silent sentinel bearing witness to the horrors concealed within. A reminder that the most chilling crimes are not always splattered in crimson hues, but etched in the desperate markings of those who fought to reclaim their stolen light.